the best of luck this weekend. It should be a fun game and an entertaining option if you're not doing anything else on Friday night. My name is Superintendent Ben Horsley, and I want to sincerely welcome each and every one of you here tonight. We appreciate the opportunity. We are not required to conduct these meetings per state law. We have an extensive community engagement process, and so our policy requires that we hold these meetings and that we make sure that we take every opportunity to engage with our constituents, listen to feedback, and address concerns. So we're very grateful that you would take time and spend time with us this evening. I want to recognize a couple of folks out here with us tonight. We have a couple of our wonderful city council members from Mill Creek City to just give away for us. I know that they need to take off for another obligation. We have to excuse them at, I think, around 6:45. So thank you for being here tonight. I've seen several of our board members here as well, and I see a couple of our principals. I did want to go ahead and excuse Julie Jackson again. She's out of state dealing with a family emergency, and we're mindful of her and that circumstance, and we're grateful that she's able to go and take care of that and be where she needs to be. We had some issues last night and some concerns, and so very respectfully I'd like to request to make sure that this meeting is effective use of your time and that we're able to obtain the feedback and be able to address the questions that come up and make sure that we're mindful of everybody's time. We have a couple of things that we'd like to review. We have our shared norms. We did not start on time. We wanted to make sure everybody got in the building, in the room, but we will end on time tonight. We're going to make sure that everybody who's in line at approximately 7:30 has opportunity to have their question addressed. At that point in time, we will stick around after the meeting and answer questions one-on-one. All right, we want to make sure that we take the time to do that, but I would remind you that we intentionally place these meetings at the end of September, giving ourselves plenty of time before November, indeed the whole month of October, to hold additional meetings as appropriate, to be able to make sure that we're addressing and responding to questions and concerns. So with respect to that, I see so many of our incredible young kids here tonight. If you go to Eastwood Elementary, would you give me a huge shout out? Say hello. You guys look great. And I got to see some of you last week when I was serving lunch in the cafeteria. How many of you remember the guy in the suit with the hairnet? All right, I remember you too. And the tater tots were excellent that day. So for those of you who got the sandwich, that was an excellent choice. That's what I was serving. They didn't trust me with the hot item. I got to visit that school just last week, and we're so grateful for so many of our students. How about Morningside kids? Are there any Morningside kids here with us tonight? A little shout out? No? Okay, that's okay. Hey, Morningside families, that's great too. But in light of the fact that we have so many of our young kids here, I would just respectfully request that we can model civility and kindness and respect tonight, not just towards one another, but to those who are speaking and sharing opinions you may or may not agree with, right? Tonight, we're not going to be tolerating any catcalling or yelling or screaming. If you have a question, we have a microphone here for you, and we would love to take the time to make sure that your question is answered, but to make sure that we get through everybody's questions, we will have a time limit of 3 minutes per question, okay? And so if you have 5 questions, that's great. We're going to take the time to make sure that those get answered. We respectfully request that you allow somebody else to answer their next question and go get in line again to answer your next question, and so on and so forth. With respect to that, I think we have an excellent opportunity tonight to teach our kids how we can work through challenging circumstances and engage each other with respect and civility. I have a lot of wonderful staff here who work very hard to make sure all the information is collated for our board members. But last night there were some personal attacks, and that will not be tolerated. So if this meeting does devolve into something to that effect, then we will respectfully close the meeting and look forward to another opportunity to engage with you. Because frankly, we can all do a little bit better in terms of being respectful and kind. Steve Hogan works really hard. He does not make choices in this matter. He is simply here to facilitate a process and to make sure that process is followed and adhered to, and that we're following state statute when it comes to boundary adjustments and school closures. He does not deserve personal attacks He's a messenger, and he's here to facilitate conversations and make sure questions get answered. And if we don't have the answer to that question, we want to make sure that we go back, we find the answer, and that we respond to you appropriately. So we're going to make sure that we're modeling that. Again, please don't speak out of turn. Please come up and use the microphone. We've cut off some places here so that people can come and sit while they wait in line to be able to get their questions responded to and answered. We are here for you. We serve you. We're going to listen. We're going to obtain information. We're going to obtain feedback. We're going to go back and alter our recommendation. Every time we get to this stage and phase of a study, we have taken the feedback that we've received and we've made an alteration to our final recommendation because we invariably learn something that's very valuable and important to us in the way that we are here to serve our students and our families. So with respect to that, I'm going to turn the time over to Steve Hogan. And again, I sincerely appreciate that you would take time and come hang out with us tonight and discuss this very important issue. So thank you so much, Steve.
Thank you, Superintendent. Welcome again. Really am glad as a former teacher and former principal. What gives me energy and excitement is especially to have the students here. So, and the parents are kind of nice too, but the students are great. I appreciate that. I appreciated coming in and seeing your energy out front and your advocacy for your school and your community. So I applaud you for that. So we're going to jump right in. Real quickly, how many have never seen the presentation really much at all? Any slides? Most everyone's seen it. I'm going to go quickly through these. Again, I'm going to spend as much time as we can on questions. When we get to the questions, if we have to come back on certain slides, we'll do our best to do that. You guys know you've been to enough meetings that we can spend probably hours and hours on the details, but we're going to get to the questions as fast as we can. So again, please, there's room for disagreement and a reasonable debate, and even with these, but let's go. If you've seen this before, you're familiar. Again, I keep saying this is a drop in birth rate, which means a drop in student enrollment around the world. In this country, not just in Granite School District, but everywhere. This is what it's looked like for us over the last approximately 20 years. Before this, even back in the 80s and 90s, if you remember and were around, we had relocatable classrooms everywhere. We were doing year-round and non-traditional schedules because we did not have room for all of the students. Now, that is a different story. Again, almost everywhere we are seeing this concern. Residential growth in migration does not keep up with the drop in birth rate. The reality, hello, test again, sorry. The reality is, again, we're looking at school closures. We have, you've heard me say, unfortunately had to close 10 elementary schools in Granite District over the last, I think it's 7 or so years. And right now, the recommendation is for 2 more. So, you've seen the numbers. What does that mean? In a nutshell, this is the way I explain it. Granite District has found that declining student enrollment creates a scarcity of resources and opportunities for students and teachers. And conversely, optimizing student enrollment turns that around. There's a sweet spot. There's an economy of scale at work in schools, like a lot of organizations that we have found that is best for education. The process. Our process is longer than most that I've talked to, not just in the state, but around the country. My counterparts that I've talked to and consult with around the country often do this in about a 3 to 4 month window, which you can debate either way. There's some advantages and disadvantages to doing that way. Our process is longer. We started this back in February. You can see on this, that's when I go to the board and request a study for a certain area. We've been doing meetings. We've had dozens of meetings, not all this size, but some small, some large, some individual, some phone calls, emails, you name it. A lot of outreach, more than most. So here we are again. I like the process. I like the amount of feedback we get. We know as a district data, we know education. We don't always know the nuances and things in your community that we need to know, and that's why we're here. We are, again, here Superintendent mentioned a minute ago that this is still a feedback phase. November board meeting, it's a little later in November this year, I believe we're November 18th perhaps, it's a Tuesday, is the first reading or initial approval potentially by the board. If there is an action, that's the initial approval. December 2nd, a couple of weeks later, if there is a final action, that's when it is. Up until then, we continue to get and take feedback. So nothing is done. There is a recommendation. I represent what's called the PAC, Population Analysis Committee, made up of directors and others in the district, our professional organization, PTA representative, and we review and vet the feedback and information and make recommendations from there. Map of the area. This is one map. Again, I just want to show two different maps. I want to make very clear that we know for sure that Immigration Canyon, a lot of people don't know this, but Immigration Canyon is part of our district, it's part of Granite District. And if I show the entire map of what we call Area 5, with Immigration Canyon included here, we have a bus that goes up Parley's, up East Canyon, down Immigration, comes back by the zoo and the long foothill, and comes back to Eastwood and those schools. That's the area. Another way to look at that map, the one we use most of the time is this one, just for visual ease to see all of the schools more clearly. And again, we make notice or mention on the bottom here, Immigration Canyon is part of the boundary and therefore included in this study. These are the 10 elementary schools in the study. These are the junior highs in the study. You'll notice, this question comes up often, that the blue line is a geographic area that we refer to as Area 5. Outside that blue line, we can and occasionally do. Sometimes there are dominoes that impact other schools outside of the area. We have to draw a boundary somewhere, or if we don't, it's just a Granite District-wide study. Area 5 is a general designation for this study. So again, you see the elementaries, you see the junior highs, and of course, the high schools. These are factors. Include, but not limited to. We've talked about these things a lot. These are the major ones, the main ones we typically see most years. Current and future enrollment. School programs, their impacts. FCI, the condition, overall condition of the facility. Not necessarily the curb appeal or the way you think it looks or the paint and the carpet, but the structure, everything about the building. Transportation, walking routes, efficient use of district resources, fiscal considerations, other factors unique to study areas. Those are things we're looking at. It rarely is one of those things. We oftentimes and typically focus first on the enrollment, and FCI does play a big part in it. If there are other factors, and it's usually not one, it's a combination of those factors. Let's jump into where we really start. Not just our district, but you've heard me say this many times, some of you, that K-12 demographers, people that do these types of studies for a living. Some districts don't take this process on themselves. They hire consulting companies to do this entire process. We didn't do that, although we do get reports from those companies to help us and either challenge or confirm our data. So this is standard industry type data. And the reason it's standard is important. The schools, elementary schools here, most all the conversation tonight and data you'll see is focused on the elementaries. The capacity, approximate capacity, we usually speak of elementary capacity in a range of 50-ish, sometimes 100. The number of students living in the boundary, and then the utilization, or what percent of the building is being utilized properly or to its full extent, what it was made to do. Why is that so important? Why is that the basis? Because it is just that, it's foundational. There are programs and there are other things, and I'll show you in just a second the other numbers. But first we look at how many students live there, because that's our basic ingredient. That's what we're working with when it comes to boundary changes and school closures. Some schools in this area, this very school is an outlier to this. You know that this school in Wasatch especially, when approximately half of the population does come from out of the boundary. Very aware of that. Has been that way for decades, and we hope that in some ways continues. We want to serve our students first in this district. As long as we have room for others from outside the district, we want to serve them if they want to be here. Basic, you can see the percentages. Okay, then you take that number of students living in the boundary and also attending the school. This number is always lower. I don't know if I've ever seen a number that's higher. How can it be? Because you're living in there, and how many of those students also attend that school? This isn't necessarily bad. There are perfectly good reasons why a student or family might choose to go to another school. Programs, where you work, babysitting, all kinds of reasons. But it is some indicator. If we see wide, huge drops in this, then it makes us look and try to figure out why that number is that much different. And then we look at, okay, what is it? What is the number? So you've got your current enrollment, and then with all of those things combined. Students living in the boundary, of those students, how many attend, then totally. You can see some pretty big variations. If you have a program or two in the school, that'll make a difference. But remember this, and I may come back to this to understand why we really rely and start here with how many students, potential students, are living in that boundary. The first recommendation, we're jumping right in, off the deep end, in deep water. Most of you have seen this. The school boundaries, the proposal from the PAC to the board is the school boundaries of Oak Ridge and Eastwood would be combined, meaning Eastwood being recommended to be closed at this point. Oak Ridge is more centrally located for most students in the combined boundary for most students. I know, again, I recognize immigration is not up there. We know, and Bobby said, most students in this boundary. That's the clarifier. Closer to Churchill, which is the boundary feeder, which enhances teacher sharing, program sharing, especially with the IB program coming online. We see this more and more and want to do that more and more where possible. Slightly larger building capacity at Oak Ridge to pick up and drop off, more of a challenge at Eastwood, especially as you get more students there. If you've been around for a long time and remember when these schools did have 500 or more, what some of those challenges are. And then finally, we do have some concerns. It's not impossible, but Eastwood's been using the building for a long time with the concern of ADA access in the cafeteria being on the bottom floor. It's a comparison. It's a comparison. Again, I don't know if any one of these factors is the factor. It's a combination of all of those. This is what the busing looks like. We've talked about this quite a bit. The striped or hatched area is busing eligible. This is the combined boundary. This is what the transportation department says it will look like. We have done some numbers, and Mill Creek Canyon seems to be a real boundary or dividing point or concern about crossing that area, especially for walking students. Transportation tells me that in one bus, these students here would not fill up one bus, but all of these students in this area north of Mill Creek potentially could fill up one bus, and therefore they believe they could transport all of the students in that area. Some had concerns about Oak Ridge for different reasons. Okay. My presentation usually doesn't have quite that effect on people, but I hope you're okay. Anyway, if you have questions about Oak Ridge, the property itself, I brought this slide just to come back to it if we need to. What happens? This is a common question. We get it everywhere, so I want to address it. We do not close schools in order to sell the properties. You can sell them, but that's not why you do it. We're not selling properties to charter or private schools. Done deal. I can say that with confidence. It has happened before, a long time ago in our district, and the current board, everyone recognizes it's probably not a good idea. There's some great charter schools out there, and choice is just fine, but why sell to singing competition? What happens though? What happens to schools that are closed? Again, we've been hesitant to sell properties. We've not sold a property in 10 years. Of those 10 buildings I mentioned that have been closed, I think the last one was Granite High, and that was over 10 years ago. But since then, none. If a board or a future board does decide to sell or surplus a property, there's a process for that in state statute. The municipality it sits in has first right of refusal. So the district doesn't just get to go out to the highest bidder or developer and try to sell a property that way. It just doesn't work. So the municipality does that. What do we do though? Most closed schools are used by other brand district programs or leased to municipalities or other government agencies. This is the result of currently in most of our buildings. Many other agencies, what we do, it makes financial sense to us, is we don't want to just sell the properties. Who knows? We hope that in the future, not too long from now, that we'll need all these again. And they're not making more land, so we want to keep the property. But what we can do is lease it out and have lease agreements where these agencies or whoever leases it is maintaining it. They're paying the cost of upkeep and all those things. It kind of takes it off of our books. They maintain it, but with a clause in there that, hey, if we need it again, then we're going to have to get it back for a school. So that is the general plan. Again, and if they're closed and someone's not using it, the district does not want to become hazards or eyesores or rundown buildings. They're well maintained. We have custodial crews specifically for closed buildings that rotate around, run the water, check on things, keep grass cut, all of those things, so that they are still not a problem, an asset to the community. Some people have asked about this, just about the distribution of students in this area, that East Widow Bridge area, pretty evenly distributed. Again, I recognize Immigration Canyon is not on there, but a pretty even distribution in this area for both. The next proposal. We believe it makes sense to have this non-contiguous or this portion of Morningside, because Morningside is split, and remember the majority of it's down here. I'm going to show you this portion of Morningside. Let's go back. Become part of the Rosecrest boundary. Also, this portion of Wilson Elementary, a small area, about 15 to 20 students come up to Rosecrest also. This solves one issue that we've had for a few years, and that part of Wilson is a split feeder, where when they leave Wilson, they do go to Evergreen and Olympus, but right now, they're in a different feeder pattern. So this brings them together with all the other students, and also helps buoy up Rosecrest a bit. This is what that bus route looks like. I won't spend too much time, but you can go back and look at these and see what potential busing is. ALC, Advanced Learning Centers, also known as Gifted. We've had some meetings recently, some fun meetings about ALC. And we have had, and currently do have, 2 locations on this side of the valley in this study for these Advanced Learning Centers of the Gifted program. There was a proposal or recommendation early on to consolidate that down to 1. And since then, because of your feedback and some recommendations by the PAC to the board's input and your input, this is the part of the email that went out. The board and district would like to study these programs further, including the potential of expanding and enhancing the services we provide to our advanced learners. As a result, we have decided to no longer pursue the consolidation of the programs currently housed at Woodstock and Morningside. Instead, the district will maintain 2 separate programs or locations on the east side of the district, with the program at Woodstock remaining in its current location, and a new location for the Morningside program is yet to be determined. We are working on that part. In other words, where is that new location going to be? We don't know. It will be part of the final recommendation. Whether we go that in the next couple of weeks before the October board meeting, I'm not sure. But of course, at the latest, part of the November board meeting. We'll be having more meetings at some schools to help us research that out. Looks like this slide got away from us, maybe. It still works. Morningside, potential closure, recommended closure of Morningside Elementary. Why? Think back, lower in-boundary school utilization. And I listed that first because, again, if you know they have about, give or take, 560 to 570-ish students, give or take 10. And you think, geez, Steve, that's not what we want, right? And we do want a larger enrollment. Remember, if we go back to why smaller schools are a concern, it's not just overall enrollment. What we're trying to achieve is that minimum 3 teachers at grade level. But more specifically, 3 traditional classes at grade level. 3 traditional classes at each grade level. It's different than secondary. Secondary schools are just different in this way. So, when you think back to that table about in-boundary students, it doesn't mean we're not considering our programs, in this case, French DOI and ALC at all. We certainly are. But when we look at long-term, it's a long-term view of how many students are in an area. The non-contiguous boundary, that's what we just talked about, that's up there, that part that would go to Rosecrest. A lower FCI, current FCI of 20. Remember, in this case, for our district, it's a ranking. The lower the number, the more maintenance and help and closer to rebuild or remodel that school is. The ranking is 20. Again, it's out of 100, it's total. It's not just elementary schools, but every building in the district, and we have about 100, almost 100. And so, and everyone has a rank, and so if you're number 1, then you need the most help, or it will likely be rebuilt next. At 20, so certainly not the worst. And again, it's not the only factor, it's one of the factors. Helps balance out enrollment in other schools, of course, and that's one of the goals. And then again, all Morningside students from this area would become boundary to Driggs Elementary. This is important. No junior high feeders are changing. So in other words, this area goes to Churchill already, and even though they become part of Driggs, they would still remain part of the Churchill feeder and boundary. We want to keep that group together. Some have asked, and again, I'm telling you what it is right now. Could things change? Yeah, of course, they can. But as of right now, the reason we made this recommendation the way we did, to keep all this group together, instead of maybe below 45th, do they go to Cottonwood or somewhere else? Or maybe this part of Morningside up here goes up to Cottonwood or somewhere else. Still, give us your recommendations and your thoughts. But our thinking was to keep that group together, because when you split up a group like this, and you take a small portion of them, and send them to a different feeder, let's say they go to Cottonwood in this case, they're more likely to go on to, in this case, Olympus Junior and Olympus High, which are fantastic schools. That's not the issue. The issue is we don't want to negatively impact Churchill in this case because they're lower in enrollment. So this is where we do talk about the secondary schools and have to consider the impact on the secondaries. So that question has come up a lot. This one takes a while to digest. I just don't have the time to spend everything on it. But the main, you can see here simply, okay, kindergarten, they're all traditional classes. You don't have ALC or French there, but 2 DOI classes in every grade. You can see the one ALC class in every grade. But then what happens, and this comes back to the issue about enrollment, traditional school enrollment. There's not enough, there are not enough students, there we go. There are not enough students in first and second to have a full class currently. There were more in there at the beginning of the year, we're aware, but currently you're looking at a combined or split grade of, let's do math real quick, 17. And then all the other grades have one class. Is that three traditional teachers at grade level? Obviously not. And there are many I have a couple of slides, if we get to them later, that address why, again, that's important. Then, 2 areas of Driggs that we're proposing would become boundary to Cottonwood Elementary. This area, west of Holiday Boulevard, approximately 70 students will become part of that Cottonwood boundary. In this area, Mary Holiday, in terms of, I think, Apple Blossom, also to Cottonwood Elementary to help boost part of that enrollment. Same map, just put up. People like to see streets, double check that. I'm going to go past this. This is more for your review if you want to look at that closer later. That is the busing under that recommendation. Busing there. Like, similar to what I said about Eastwood and that pocket and more students receiving transportation, the same would apply here. Technically, again, remember, state standard, not a granted district or any specific district. State says we will reimburse you for any busing routes over the 1.5 miles for elementaries and 2 miles for secondaries. According to the software and walking routes, that area qualifies for busing to Cottonwood. We have what we call courtesy riders. That simply means is if all of these students here are only, let's just say 30, but a bus can fit 75 to 80. It doesn't make sense to show up with an empty bus, and if we can put these other students that are pretty much on the way to school, why not? And so we do. So we see this often where we can, we accommodate that, we want to. So I imagine this area, at least, I do not know about this area, if they would qualify for a courtesy stop or not. I'll have to reach back out to transportation and see. But anything inside of that in the district, if you're inside 1.5 miles, according to that software, the district can, if the board approves transportation, and we do have a few of those. We have boundaries that are split by Bangor Highway and major intersections and some really serious concerns. And in a few cases, the board says that we're going to do a bus now. We do not get state reimbursed. We have to pay for that. And I wish in my perfect world that I would create, everyone would, first, you just get beamed from your front porch to the classroom. That would be first ideal. But if not, we have some way to have busing for everyone. That would be wonderful too. But until then, we have these standards that us and all districts have to abide by. What happens though in this case for the students that we're talking about again in these 2 areas? Because many have asked, what if I want to remain? For any time we do a boundary change and some want to remain at that school they've been at, we get that. That makes sense. You want to stay with your friends. You have routines, all of those things. Absolutely get that. If that's possible, then we'll do our best to accommodate. That's the current enrollment priority. In other words, if you've been at Driggs, and I said here, starting, for instance, with current, right now, 4th graders, that means you would have 1 year left at Driggs. We don't want to, if we can help it, to have you go to 3 schools in 3 years. So we'll start with a priority of the oldest students and their siblings, because where possible, we want to try to keep families together also, and then work our way down in that priority order. I want to go back and explain something real quick and why we have this priority order. Yes, we know how many students are there, but because, follow me for a second if possible, I have a hard time following myself some days, but this area has up to 175 to 200 students that could potentially come to Driggs. Within that total number are ALC students. If the ALC program, and it'll move, where all of those students move with it, and if some don't, that live in this area, remain, that's more to Driggs. Same for French DOI, and we'll talk about that in a second. In addition, if the Eastwood closure happens, there are approximately 30 students at Eastwood that currently live in the Morningside boundary, where they choose to go. IB, we're hearing more about this IB or PYP program at Churchill and Oak Ridge or whatever school remains open. How many students will leave from here to go up there? There are a lot of moving parts here. A lot of times in a boundary change is simply, we know how many students live there and where they go, therefore we're getting 50 or 100 or 200 students. This one's a little more tricky. Therefore, the open window, the early open enrollment window opens November 15th. It remains open through February 6th, I think it is. So for about 3 months, almost. And you're in this area and you want to remain at Driggs, put your application in. I want to stay. We will not know and not be able to tell everyone until that window closes based on how many people make their choices at this point, how many of those students that we can keep. We're hopeful. And quite frankly, I'm pretty hopeful that if you want to stay, there will likely be room there. I can't guarantee that yet, but based on my experience, I think there will be room there if you want to. Now, I'm going to step on and talk on the other side of the same argument for a second. I'm not necessarily advocating for everyone to do that. I'm just telling you, according to the law, that up to 90% of capacity, we have to consider having students come to that school. If it has room, there's at least a consideration there. But we didn't draw these boundaries for no reason. Do we want and would we prefer a lot of the students, or all of the students, quite frankly, to go as a group together to Cottonwood Elementary, which is also an amazing school? Yeah, that's why the PAC is making the recommendation to go to this school. And by the way, all of these schools will have open houses or carnivals or other events to get you to know the school and the people and the teachers and the principal and the custodians and the secretaries and everything else. So look forward to that. But so I just want to make sure you understand, I'm not encouraging nor discouraging everyone from trying to remain at Driggs. I'm letting you know what your options are under the law, and also at the same time saying, again, there's a reason we drew the boundary, and we think it would be a great option. One of the last pieces is this, and then this is considered 2 closures. If this recommendation goes through, and the board approves everything that's recommended so far, it would mean the Eastwood closure, it would mean Morningside closure. Listen carefully, this part's a little different. Morningside would be considered a boundary school closure, but it would begin to house a program there, and that's the French DOI, Dual Language Immersion Program. That's different than being a boundary school, but it would house this program. Why? Multiple reasons. Those students would remain. I could spend a long time on this slide alone, but one of the things we learned last year, we kind of experimented a little bit. I hate to use that word, but it was a little bit of a risk. We did something like this last year. Last year, Valley Crest Elementary, near 5600 West in West Valley, was closed just like this as a boundary school. Then it turned into what we now call Dos Mundos, which is a Spanish DLI school only. That's all they do, just like we're proposing here. We were a little nervous, but we thought there was a chance and we could get students back from charter schools, back from out of district. And we were quite frankly hopeful that we could start with 200 to 250 students and build it from there. It opened this year with 400. Say it again. It opened this year with 450 students, and that's with only a few months of marketing in effort. I understand that French is different than Spanish. We know that. But if you add kindergarten, we found that if you can start with kindergarten, because the younger students, children pick up and start a language, the better they obtain it. And there's some marketing. We believe we can build this program here. It's unique enough. We can build the program. This is just simply a table showing future anticipated, forecasted enrollments. I'll tell you right now, again, are these numbers going to look exactly like this if all these recommendations go through? No. not, and the reason it seems contradictory, well, Steve, why don't you put it up there? It's not going to look like that. These are the numbers based on enrolled students and where we see it. But it almost never happens the first year. It takes, on average, 2 to 3 years to see these things, the dust to settle, people to decide where they're going to go, and the grandfathering and permits and all that to settle down to where we see this actual number. We know that. We've unfortunately had experience doing this for a while, but this is currently what we believe that will look like after a couple of years. We have a couple of meetings coming up. I go back to the board in October. It's an update. There's no action at that point, at least not at this point. And again, the November and December board meetings. Questions? And when you have questions, just a reminder, we have one microphone. Monkey show rolling in there. And then, guys, we have a timer. And it's a 3-minute timer. I'm going to really encourage you to stay to that 3 minutes. We have a trap door. You can't see, but it's right below the microphone. And I'm just kidding. But just think of a trap door when you see the timer here go off. This is the same timer we use in board meetings to incentivize people to be quick. So, if we have to go out the door and outside, let's get comfortable, grab a chair, and we'll do our best. We are still planning to end at 8 o'clock.
Hi, Steve.
Okay.
Ready?
And remember, we're recording tonight. If you can, just please say your name, and maybe where you're from, and skip your question.
Okay. Thanks, Steve. My name is Natalie Toomey. I'm a parent at Morningside. I want to ask how the PAC came to the conclusion of closing 2 Skyline network schools while leaving the Olympus network intact and minimally affected.
I'm going to repeat it. I repeat a lot just to make sure I'm understanding and saying it right. How did we come to the conclusion of currently recommending the closure of 2 Skyline network schools, which is correct, versus other networks? We try not to limit ourselves to saying, okay, now we've got one on the board for Skyline, we need to get one on the board for Olympus, first of all. It's just, balance that out. Sorry, I keep covering this. Apologize, I want to get back to the map and explain why.
Yeah, hurry, I'm going to stop that.
I know, sorry, I'll give you a few extra seconds. It's the zoning. Okay. One of the things we looked at, geography and all those things are different, but it goes back to our main issues, is we're really looking at those issues first, not feeder patterns necessarily, or networks. It's enrollment, potential enrollment in the future, FCI programs, those things. In this case, yes, they ended up in 2 networks. But keep in mind, we're not saying, when you close 2 schools in the network, because we're keeping those feeder boundaries, feeder patterns the same, they would still have the same number of students they do next year as they do this year, just not as many schools. But those students and teachers remain in the area. What we're trying to do is combine those groups at fewer schools and make those schools healthier and more robust. One of the things people have asked also in conjunction with that is why, for instance, Morningside. Another factor we can talk about last night, and quickly here, the way they did things before most of us were born in the 40s, 50s, early 60s, when they built schools, they were neighborhood walking schools. In that perfect world, it was great. A lot of people didn't even have cars. If they did, they had one car. You literally walked to school back in the day. Therefore, look at these schools and how close a lot of them are. We see this all over our district. We're an older district, a lot of older buildings. That's how lots of our district look. From Crestview campus to Oak Ridge campus is just over 2 miles. 2.2, I think it is, if I remember right. Now it's just a straight line, and we got 4 schools in that area. So that's another factor. You're looking at the distribution of students, geography. In this case, it just worked out that way. There's no targeting community. But that's. Go ahead.
I would like to say that while I hear what you were saying, aside from all the very valid and real concerns I feel like we have around this recommendation. The optics alone are very bad. And I was, in one of the meetings with she had made the comment that she does not want either network coming out of this feeling like there's a winner and a loser. And with this current recommendation, there's a very clear winner and there's a very clear loser. So, I feel like a very common sentiment felt by the community. I'm going to ask one more real quick because that was a long answer. It has also been said that Skyline Network relies on out-of-boundary students to help bolster our population. So,
Yes.
knowing that, why would you essentially close 1.5 schools that would allow kids to come to this network and increase that population? We're trying to even this out, and yet we are distributing everything as a whole rather than distributing that
Right,
equally.
right. You still have room, you still have capacity. That's why we don't want to put 100% capacity in all these schools. We have more capacity to handle more out of district or from around the district to come here. If we didn't have that, then yeah, we wouldn't close those schools. But yes, we have a lot, unusually. I think perhaps the most in the States here at Skyline and Wasatch coming from out of the area. But we still have room. We still have room for many
Still
more.
room does not equal a whole 1.5.
If we need more and we got people knocking down the doors to want to get into those schools, then we revisit this and say, where can we put them? Do we rebuild? Do we open up? Do we? But that's, I'm just telling you that.
I'm saying when we have a closed school, there's nowhere for them to knock.
What I'm telling you right now is the capacity is more than plenty.
Right, but if this is an equal distribution situation, you want to pull from areas to make things equal around there, that's not actually happening. So that's,
Okay. Okay. Very concerned.
thank you.
Talk fast. Tell me when the timer starts. Okay. All right. As parents, we absolutely want to avoid split classrooms. While I appreciate this issue is being studied, Julie Jackson has communicated that split classrooms are still anticipated at Upland Terrace, Crestview, and potentially Rosecrest and Cottonwood under the current proposal. This means that many area schools will continue to face challenges with split classrooms at inappropriate class sizes, issues that closing Morningside does not resolve. I'm sorry, I have a Morningside traditional family. Why recommend a plan that only solves a fraction of the issue? Can you please pause some or all of the current recommendations so that a more thorough evaluation of all of that so that more problems will actually be solved? Sorry, I didn't do that. I just want to make sure you hear me.
Can you say the last sentence again? I didn't
Can you please pause some or all of the current recommendations so a more thorough evaluation of all factors, including AOC expansion and the demand for a French school can be conducted and more problems will actually be solved?
Are you saying that we, to make sure we don't have split classes and we can help all schools be larger and more healthy, that we should consider closing more schools? Because that's usually how we get there.
Either more schools or different schools.
Okay. And I'm just trying to make sure I'm following. And if he goes different, so different than what was proposed here, right? But in Area 5.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, again, that's why we're getting the feedback. We'll continue to look at it. The PAC hasn't seen ways to do that fit our analysis at this point. And I hear you. And it's, on the one hand, I got, the first question was, why are we closing schools? Because we may need the room later. And then the second, but I don't want to paraphrase it. Okay.
No, the first part of the question was why recommend a plan that only solves a fraction of the issues?
Okay. I wish there were a perfect plan. I wish there were a perfect scenario. There was a perfect silver bullet plan that we could draw boundaries and it evenly distributed all of these students to all schools where you never had another small school issue there are split classes. That's what we're trying to do. Keep in mind, of course, with school choice, just like when I talked so much about the Drake's boundary a minute ago and where they can go versus where we prefer them to go, those are real issues. And so you can draw boundaries, you can close schools, and still with school choice, it's a parent and school decision.
I just feel like we're not solving all of the problems.
I'm totally open to more creative ideas, whatever those are. Please submit those. We haven't found those yet, but please, if you have them, please submit them. Thank you.
Yeah, hi, Mr. Hogan. Thank you very much for being here. We appreciate it very much. I want to start by the data you provided in your slides. So as I understand, you're closing eastward because it's less than half full, but you're closing Morningside, which is 90%.
Yes.
You're closing eastward, that doesn't have central location, but you're closing Morningside, that has central location. You're closing eastward, that is hard for drop-offs and pickups, but you're closing Morningside, that is some of the easiest drop-offs and pickups. You're closing eastward because it has declining enrollment, but you're closing Morningside that has stable or rising enrollment. This seems to me really arbitrary and capricious. That is the first thing. The second thing is, you went back last night and you deleted that French ELI slide, where it says that you are going to invite out of district students. So what you're going to do is, you will shut down the in-boundary students, you're going to shut down the in-district students, and you're going to invite out of district students at the expense of in-boundary and in-district students. So why do we have a branded school district at all if we are going to do that? And you deleted that thing from slide 24. I have the original slide.
I'm not sure.
And I
Like
have a screenshot of this.
and that's fine.
But actually, my time is limited. You took almost an hour to give us the speech, giving us so little time to ask questions. And you can end it at 7:30. And then one more, on top of that, you're shutting down 2 schools in the same neighborhood that is going to displace 1,000 students and several thousand parents in 1 year. Is that fair? That doesn't seem to me very fair. And then you're claiming that it was a long process. I talked to parents, I did that. We never got you did not talk to parents, and we know that you did not talk to teachers, you did not talk to students. So this seems to be really you need to talk to teachers, you need to talk to parents, you need to talk to students. Okay? And then the final point is the whole, if I were to summarize everything that you are doing, this whole business, this whole project, it's about consolidation, improving the resources and availability and all the everything to make the lives of students, teachers, everybody better. But Morningside is already consolidated. So why are you breaking it apart, leaving it less than 40% full with just the French program, and then it will be like a ghost town. And then, this is not consolidation. This is a break. So you did not, in the end, with your recommendations, you did not achieve your own aims.
Thank you. Let me say this, and here's the challenge, the balance I'm going to have to strike. I'm hearing people say, well, answer those questions. And I can. Each answer, understanding, will take a while, or a few minutes. Or I'll do either way. But let me explain first. Or you want the board members especially to hear everyone speak tonight. And I want everyone to speak also. I can say less. Let me finish. I can say less and purposely say less so everyone gets a chance to speak. Or I can try to say a little more and answer those. And we do take a chance of everyone not speaking. So I'm just giving you a heads up, okay, the balance I'm trying to strike. There were a lot of questions in there, okay? I guess I disagree with you on some of the data. Again, you say, for instance, at Morningside, why would we consider closing a school that already has all of those students? If you remember this chart, that's our first piece of data. Okay, okay, it is currently 90% full, but what we look at is not the programs. Programs, let me finish, you spoke, and it's my turn. Programs don't carry the same weight as inbound reach students do, because we know long-term programs can, elementary especially, can and do change locations. So therefore, it's not everything that is considered, but the base data that we start with are inbound reach students. Okay, decentralized, going back to the map, sometimes as an old history teacher, we talk about the geography lottery, or sometimes the disadvantages in. Like I mentioned a minute ago, we have schools that are clustered here. That's a bit of a challenge. And again, I'm not going to satisfy all your questions. You and I could probably talk for an hour when I get into the weeds of this, but again, we've got 30 people back there. One more, I'm not answering a lot, but give me one more that's most important to you.
Well, you did not achieve your aims of consolidation, and you are breaking 3 tracks, separating so many families who have kids in dual tracks. So one parent has one kid in ALC, the other in French. One in track, the other in ALC. This is a huge problem, and this is not being well thought recommendations. Please put a pause to it. Please give us one more year. Let's sit down. Let's take it down.
Delete this one?
Yeah, that French DLI. You are openly, and I have
I'm not
to
sure
go to the
which one.
slide.
Which one are we talking about?
No, the French DLI system. You said you are going to emphasize that you are going to emphasize attracting students from outside the district at the expense of
that's still true.
in-district students.
Absolutely, I consolidated this, believe me. I still had 30, but I consolidated it to try to get through so we'd have more time for questions. That's still true. We will still want to attract students from out of the district. My answer to that is, and some won't agree with this, but we have room and capacity to bring in students from out of the district that come with state and federal funding to pay for those students being here. They don't come at our dollar.
But you're shutting down in-boundary and in-district students. This scheme, this recommendation puts us last and the out-of-district students first. So what's the point of advanced students?
Thank you. Great questions and great insights.
I would like you and the
Hi
board,
again. Saw you yesterday. Huh?
yeah,
Okay. Welcome back.
you and the board members to look at the people in this room. These are the people who support public education.
Yes, I agree.
I'm Barbara Hanson. We are also the people who are being pitted against each other so that our children can have a decent education in a nearby school. And to me, that's really upsetting. We're doing this, I think, to save money, to consolidate things. So my question is, the kids in Granite School District who get vouchers, how much are the vouchers being reduced? The amount of money they're getting to help this situation. Why is it us who supports the public school? Why are we having to pay for this if the vouchers aren't being reduced to help with this cost?
Well, great question. I'll just say, as far as quote vouchers, or if you're referring to scholarship programs, it's referred to in the state, it is a state legislative issue. They control the amount and how many of those go out. We don't always know, because some students do just leave the district. We don't know where they went or how they used that money. But all of those things impact our district. You're right. You quote vouchers, charter schools, private schools, all of those.
Why isn't that monitored more closely? This is education money.
Well,
More
sure.
tax dollars.
I think that's a great question to take up to the Hill and ask the legislators. I don't think we have an idea of how those vouchers are used, and I'll try to get clarification, but I'm not aware of getting any report that shows us students in our district that use vouchers. But I'll check.
So we have one child. We own several properties, all in the Granite School District. We pay education taxes on all those properties. I think we've more than paid for our child's education, but yet the schools in our neighborhood keep getting closed. So that we have to drive them. You know, the voucher people are getting more.
Yes, thank you. Thank you.
My name's Tyler Powell. I'm actually class of '98 Skyline High graduate. I went to East Mill Creek Elementary School in kindergarten for a second. That got closed. I went over to Upland Terrace. I went to Wasatch. After actually the last 2 years from my elementary experience, I went and was in Eastwood Elementary School. My mom taught up there, and she wanted to have her kids at the same school, so my sister and I went up to Eastwood for my 5th and 6th, and her 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th grade. She was a beloved teacher at Eastwood, and it's a school that is very, I love the Altoona. It's a school very, 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 very dear to my heart. I helped be a sweeper there, and just a lot of history of that school. I'm also an employee of Granite School District. I know I'm in a very unique position that I feel like this is my home, this is my boundary, and it's also my place of employment. I'm rather new to the position I'm in right now, so until last night, I had not been involved in any of these meetings yet. My wife and our kids, we've actually moved about 6 miles to the south, so we're not in the district right now. I did teach at Oak Ridge Elementary School. If I were to rewind and talk about my experience in those two schools, Eastwood was by far my favorite 2 years of school, all the way through. Oak Ridge Elementary was far and away my favorite year of teaching. I was only there 1 year, but what an experience it was. I, in my new position, have the opportunity to get to be in these schools a lot and to walk these hallways and to have this job where I'm coaching principals and coaching teachers and getting to also remember what it was like when I was in these schools, either as a kid or as a teacher. And I want to say before I go into my final remarks here that this is a complex question. This is a complex issue. And what I am trying to offer here, in no way, shape, or form, am I trying to sway someone else's opinion. Having been through the experience of closing a school as a kid, I also experienced it as a teacher. It is rough. I don't want my experiences to project on you and have you feel like, hey, because I went through this, it's the same thing for you, because it is not. That being said, as an educator, I've thought a lot about this and realized how challenging some of the things of recreating what I experienced as a kid or recreating what I had as a teacher even at Oak Ridge is when the numbers are as small as they are. And I'm not saying it's easy, I'm not saying it's the likable choice, but if I were rewind time, I just would not like to be the student in that experience or the teacher in the experience where we just didn't have enough students to make these schools operate like my childhood memories and my experience as a teacher is. I'm over time, so I apologize, but thanks for letting me take a moment.
Thank you for sharing your experience. You need to take it off.
So my name's Jake. I live up on Monteverde Drive, right above Eastwood Elementary. Was planning on walking my kids to school. It appears that's not going to be an option anymore. But as I've lived here over the last 10, 15 years, I've watched my property taxes go up and up and up. 30% of those go to fund the school district. No houses are going away, but the valuations are going up, the rates are going up. So I guess what now has changed all of a sudden? You guys are getting more funding than ever, right? And now all of a sudden, 50% 60-year-old school is now unsustainable. Can someone explain that?
I'm going to defer to the superintendent on this one that has more experience with the budget and how those dollars work or don't work. Sorry, Superintendent.
Thank you. I think this is a very reasonable and appropriate question, and I'm glad you brought it up. I've been with Granite School District for 17 years, and I've watched this process and worked with our legislators and our legislature through that time and process. Our most recent tax increase was to maintain funding levels due to about $7 million in funding cuts that directly impacted Granite School District. It's actually going to be upwards of $15 million over the next 3 years. We continue to see an effort from, frankly, the legislature to continue to strip funds from public education and push them towards other means and efforts. And so we have increased property taxes. A few years ago, we increased your taxes to pay for a bond to rebuild this high school. And as part of that 40-year strategic plan, we will see in phase 1 of that project a rebuild for Eastwood and Oak Ridge was slated to occur, right? So with respect to that, those projects are still on tap until the board tells me otherwise. But we're not outpacing inflation. And just like in your personal home budget, the cost of living continues to increase. Gas, utility bills, clothing, food, those costs continue to increase for us. We see a need 10 years ago for that WPU, that weighted pupil unit that we get for our funding from the state, needed to go up about 2% in order just to keep up with the increase in costs and keep up with inflation. Generally, if we saw a 3 or 4% increase, we were able to offer a cost of living adjustment to our employees, continue to try to maintain high quality employees, quality teachers that you have in some of these amazing schools, and attract new talent. I have to keep our salaries at a certain place so that I can attract good quality teachers because frankly, as you're probably aware, the state of Utah is one of the lowest in the nation of per pupil spending. So we have seen that burden shift from the legislature more and more over to local school boards and the district to be able to maintain funding levels. And we're going to need to look at budgets next year already because we know from last year's session that we have to cut $7 million already. And so with respect to that, I appreciate the concern. I don't believe that we are actually outpacing inflation. I can find a chart for you that might show that. So we're actually, even though we're increasing your taxes, I don't think we're bringing in as much revenue, and the cost of purchasing of those dollars has diminished significantly, especially in the last few
I
years.
appreciate the answer. I think it's hard without actually looking at the numbers, but if there's a place we can see that, I'd love to. My second question will be on capacity at these schools. So using the own numbers on your chart, when you combine Eastwood and Oak Ridge, it'll be 520 out, I think 550 is our capacity. That puts it at about 95%. So that, to me, as a parent, like, I'd love to not have my kids in super crowded schools. I feel we pay plenty enough to not have that. So what do you guys think on the ratio? Is it going to be 40 to 1? Is it going to be 25 to 1? 30? What can you guys promise us as the taxpayer?
Yeah, so as far as, I think the real question at the end is student-teacher ratios. Remember that with fewer students, fewer teachers. More students, more teachers. It's a ratio. So for every K through second grade, 24 students is one teacher, third, fourth, fifth, 27.25. So it's not higher classes. In fact, it feels counterintuitive to a lot of people, but lower enrollment, you reach a threshold with the lower enrollment, you have these big, huge peaks and valleys in enrollment, where some are really small.
So I guess because I'm running out, I still got one more. Like, what's the number? Just tell me the number.
The number.
The ratio. Is it 30 to 1? Is it 40 to 1? Like, what will you guys cap it at Oak Ridge?
So again, we have, let's just say approximately 500 there. We don't know exactly, approximately 500. The ratios, again, are kindergarten first, second grade are set at 24 to 1, 24 students to 1. And I hear laughing already, that's fine. Third, fourth, fifth, 27.25. That's our set ratio in our district.
You guys think you can stick to that 95%?
Now, if you're asking me that if you walk into a classroom now or next year, are you going to see those exact numbers? No, some are gonna be below that, like you see now, and some are gonna be above that. That's a staffing issue that is determined by a principal and a community council and your staff of the best way to use the monies allocated to you. You'll see most often they'll put most resources in the lowest grades, kindergarten or second, and then your higher classes, if possible, are your older kids.
So I appreciate the answer. I hope you guys kind of stick to that commitment. We'll see if it's followed through. And I just have one really quick one here. So as somebody who owns property right here that I'm obviously very concerned about what you guys will do with it, you kind of went on about how you're not going to sell it and the town has the first right of refusal, blah, 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 blah. What happened with Granite? You sold that one. Where did it go to?
Yeah, so with Granite, and Superintendent, correct me if I say this wrong, but there was an attempt for South Salt Lake, that municipality, to purchase that property. That was the goal.
We actually tried to sell Salt Lake several times. They tried to pass 2 bonds to purchase that property. They needed to raise revenue to buy it. We can't give away property.
Sure. But what did you guys do with it is my question. Where did you sell it to? Was it a developer?
We sold it to the highest bidder because that's what state law
So the
required.
developer,
But after we tried to sell it to South Salt Lake, and we failed to
I understand it's easy to say, oh, the intention is to sell it to someone in a municipality, but in reality, when it doesn't happen, you're going to sell it to a developer. That's what you're it's based on history. It's not opinion. History repeats itself, right? You did it then, you'll do
That
it
was
again this time.
2009, and we haven't sold property since. We've closed 10 schools and we've not sold a piece of property since.
Well,
Because
since
we
the budget
don't.
gets tight, I work in finance. I know what you'll do. When
I
it gets
agree.
tight, you'll sell the property to a developer. And I think it sucks for people in the area.
Agreed.
This is a complex issue. I appreciate you guys all coming out here and putting together these numbers and speaking to us. It was very informative. I only learned about this yesterday, and it made me upset, so I'm here tonight. But, it seems like you got a lot of people here in this audience, all the taxpayers that are funding these schools and paying your 2 salaries, by the way, they're all asking for you to hold the phone. Just relax for 1 year. Like, you guys think that 3 months is a long time to turn this around. It's not. Okay, it took me years to save up to buy the property, so I've been planning my life for 15 years around this. We pulled the rug out from under us in 4 months. That's not a lot of time. Everyone here just wants you guys to slow down.
Feel free to address that any way you choose. There you go. Good. No, we haven't started time yet. Okay.
Good evening, board members and administrators. Thank you for the opportunity to speak tonight. My name is Naomi Keeson, and I am an Eastwood parent. I'd like to start by saying that despite the challenges in this process, I personally believe that we have the same objective, make the best decision for our kids and for our communities. But the frustration and betrayal felt by many is undeniable. And I am here to ask you to help lower the temperature of the conversation and to work with communities to help understand and accept your decisions, even if they don't agree with them. Maybe you are surprised at the discontent that has been expressed over the past 2 weeks. Or sadly, maybe you're jaded to it. But the reasons for upset are real. Many in the community believe that these decisions are not data-driven. For example, the statement that Oak Ridge is more centrally located is very obviously inaccurate, or accurate only if you exclude Immigration Canada. The challenges of the drop-off area at Eastwood are entirely anecdotal. There has been no study, no Oak Ridge traffic impact analysis, despite it being currently a walking-only school. There is no cost provided to mitigate the cafeteria ADA shortcomings, and no exploration of solutions like use of grant monies to address it. I could go on. Additionally, many in the community believe that the process has not been transparent. Some even believe board members have been intentionally misleading. At the very least, in the past week, board members have said in writing that they are going to vote to close Eastwood. This despite the board's assertion that the decision has not been made. Actions and statements like this dissolve public trust. Now, others may disagree, but the path forward does not have to be antagonistic. There is a better way. I am asking the board to make decisions based on data, not anecdotes. Work to find the right solution, not the foregone solution. And most of all, work with us to make the decision instead of making it for us. With, not for. Now, if you've already made up your mind, if you think there's no value in community, I guess that's what it is. But if you have a shared interest in finding the best solution for our kids and want to rebuild relationships between the school district and communities, I believe there's a direction forward. I am asking you to leave your bias behind and approach the next 2 months with a fresh perspective. Truly work with the community to find creative solutions. Consider delaying the decision, and most importantly, make this decision with us, not for us.
Hi there, my name is Larry Gelness. My wife and I have lived in this area for some 40 years. We've raised 5 children. They've attended Rosecrest, Morningside, Eastwood, Wasatch, Churchill, and Skyline. We've done volunteer work. My wife's been PTA president. We now have 7 grandchildren attending Eastwood. 7. My wife and I have done volunteer work there. Now, I'd like to take it from an outside perspective. I don't claim to know every detail, but I do get a sense of what's going on. That is the decision was made, now let's find the evidence to support it. It seems to me, and I'll give some respectful but very pointed examples. It seems to me there's a lack of transparency, a lack of honesty, and a lack of just being open with us who pay taxes and have a vested interest. Now, it's my understanding that it's recommended that perhaps 2 schools may have to close. Question, Mr. Hogan, it's my understanding and reported to me that you made statements or remarks to the effect that if a school is slated to close, but if the decision is put off a year, teachers would have to leave because while they have a choice and they won't be surplus. Now, were any Eastwood or Morningside teachers asked? I can't speak for Morningside, but if anybody says, yes, they were. We have Eastwood teachers here. You stand up and tell me if you were ever asked. No. That is, to me, with respect, a critical lack of involvement of the community. You know,
Sorry, Larry, can I answer that part, or do you want me to wait?
No,
Okay, just having fun. We need some humor.
I'm just trying to joke.
I'm fine with it, I really am. I make a slight clarification. My statement, as it always has been in these studies, and we found this, I'd say the hard way. In previous years, we have tried delaying, like for instance, if the board makes a decision this December, and we wait an extra year to even implement that decision. What we found is we're not forcing teachers to leave, but as long as a teacher, not at Eastwood, but any school, has the ability to choose themselves because they know the decision's already been made that school's going to close. And they start looking around to say, well, I can choose where I go because I see an opening and I'll apply for it. It doesn't mean they'll get it, but they apply for it. Same goes for all staff, custodians, secretaries, everyone. They start leaving on their own in higher numbers. Not everyone does, but the longer the bigger separation we have between decision and implementation. We've seen that consistently. That's been consistent across the country. I've talked to other folks, and that's why they do the decisions quickly. Some districts start their process in January, make it in April and May, and then 3 months later have the boundaries for those kinds of reasons. Ours are longer. But that's my statement on that. It's not that we want them to leave. I hope they all stay in a case like that. But it's natural. I get it. If you think, because if you wait until it closes, there's a process. It's called the surplus process, where you go into a pool. There's a professional agreement and HR policies that help determine where teachers go, tenure, and all those issues. Then they have less agency or less choice, oftentimes, about where they end up. So that's a short version.
Mr. Hogan, thank you for those comments. But it goes to the very point I addressed, a lack of transparency, a lack of communication. That may be the example elsewhere. Do we have any Eastwood teachers here? I know we have. Did anyone ever talk to you?
Sorry, with due respect, we're not going to put teachers on the spot in the middle of this meeting. That's not fair. With respect to that,
Are you protecting
with teachers.
But the team,
I don't want to put them on the spot.
do you want to be on
And I don't think it's appropriate. I want to make it clear, okay? We have worked and communicated with teachers. Okay, we've been accused that we have not. I'm not doing that, guys. We are not doing
May I
that.
respectfully disagree with you? I may not respectfully disagree.
One of our first meetings was with teachers. And actually spent time
May I respectfully disagree with you, because I hear different from teachers.
All teachers
We reported them. Share that information with you. GEA, the Brandon Education
I
Association,
can't speak for mornings.
supports these recommendations. They were part of the PAC study. They will come and they will speak to that. They represent the teachers. Am I supposed to ignore that type of information? You've indicated that we've not been forthright and honest, and I'm telling you, we've held many, many meetings on this topic and subject. We've recorded every single one of them. They're on our website. Every data source that you've asked for is on our website.
That's not true. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's a lie.
What data source is if there's a data source that we can provide, we will provide it.
Send the data.
We're going to go on to the next question.
Listen, we're not going to yell at Pat all day. I want to make sure that we get through this line. I'm just going to let you know we're going to get through this line, and then we will stay around after and answer any other respective questions one-on-one. Again, our board members have all been here. I want to clarify, I get that some of our board members have made some comments or some questions. I report to the board. I don't supervise the board, okay? So with respect to that, I can't speak to that, and I'm sorry. With respect to that, I know that none of these other board members who are here with us tonight have made a decision. They've told me that. Okay? They are open-minded, they're coming to these meetings, they're trying to listen and understand, and be respectful of these questions.
Where are they?
So
Where
thank
is the
you.
board?
If you have another additional question, let's make sure.
Where is the board?
I guess that's, I've got a whole bunch of questions, but I'm going to be respectful of time. Things that have been reported said, with respect to Ms. Jackson, that it was reported in February, she told the board or people related to it not to wait on a decision because teachers wanted to study. I spoke to Eastwood teachers. They never reported they're being consulted. The whole point of this is a lack of transparency and a lack of involvement of the teachers. Get the teachers involved, get us involved. And so, Ben, if I may call you by your first name, please, let's put a pause on this, fill in some of the gaps, and if a decision has to be made, a decision has to be made. But don't make us with us feeling that we're left out or deceived. Thank you for your time.
my name is Megan Medina. I have a child at Eastwood, and I also work in community engagement. So I'm speaking from a place of experience. So one thing I want to really echo what Naomi said, in that I've been really challenged by this whole process. I can really empathize. I would not want to be a school board member right now. I think that would be really hard. And I was trying to think about using my knowledge. I teach community leadership, like what is going on here? And I've been thinking about the way that the whole thing has been set up, and it's been set up as a competition. That when there's conflict, it's a competition. We have to close these schools. We have to close at least this many schools. And I know specifically in the code, it's felt very much, and there has been people in academic authority who have said one. So it feels like a Eastwood versus Oak Ridge. And I want to advocate for collaboration. And collaboration means it doesn't necessarily have to be A or B. It's not Eastwood versus Oak Ridge. But there might be an option C, and the best way to get to that is through really active community engagement, and hopefully facilitated by a non-biased third party, so that we can all say, we have shared concerns. There's declining enrollment. I think we can all say yes. All of us know Eastwood and Oak Ridge are on the list to be rebuilt. They need to be rebuilt. We all agree with that. We all want safe walking routes. We all want good programs for our students. So we have these things that we can all agree on, but instead of just pitting us against each other when we're literal neighbors, can you actually facilitate, get something, use this, pause the path, facilitate what could elementary education look like in the code, and get that buy-in, right? Do that change process management so that it's not this coming from this winner and loser, or like Eastwood families. We don't get busing, we don't get a school, we don't get our gold standard programs, we don't get safe walking routes. Like, make it something that there's something for us to desire, something that could be a win, and I think there's a possibility for that. There's lots of option C's. We've talked about options about moving special programs to these schools, because we have a topography that makes there's not an easy route to one or the other. I don't know the topography for the routes between the other two, but we have a little canyon. And then there's also things like, what if it's a third whole different school? And I'm just, that one's like maybe real crazy, but maybe we could get some buy-in if we all had some say into it, and teachers all had an opportunity to go to this school that the community wants. My last little concern, because I know I'm really running out of time, is I looked really deep into the rebuild and the bond, and I know the funding ran out in February of 2023, and there's 8 elementary schools left that need to be rebuilt, and you've already promised basically West Currents in a March board meeting that they would get rebuilt. So there's 7 left. Of those 7 left, 4 have been closed. I know Valley Crest has been made into a Spanish school, but the next one's in line, boop, boop, boop. Eastwood's the next one, is up for closure now. How do we know that Oak Ridge is going to get rebuilt? So I guess I just want to advocate for the Cove coming together as a group and saying we need safe schools and we need safe walking routes, and what can that look like going forward, instead of focusing on all.
Sorry. I need to lean, but I want to do it closer. I'm not so tall. My back just won't let me stand up that long anymore. It's okay if I lean and just stare right at it.
It's just fine. Hello, my name is Brian, and I'm an Eastwood parent. So I just wanted to start off by saying thank you to the administration, the board, and the rest of the community members here for your interest, time, and effort in behalf of our community. So I'll just take a 2-minute comment here. This comment isn't about Eastwood versus Oak Ridge. It's about whether we've done sufficient due diligence before making a final decision on December 2nd. Here's the core question. If the district's goal is to counter a long-term 2% average annual enrollment decline, why would we recommend closing Eastwood, which is a stable school with less than 2% annual enrollment decline, and send those students to Oak Ridge, a great school, but one with 6% annual enrollment decline, more than double the district average. Per the new data provided at the Olympus High meeting last night, Eastwood has lost only 34 students total over the last 7 years, or after the 6th grade change impact, averaging less than 2% enrollment decline per year. Oak Ridge, on the other hand, has lost the same number of students, 34, in just the last year alone. Over the same 7-year period, Oak Ridge total decline was 195 students, which represents a 37% enrollment drop. This shows a clear pattern. Eastwood has been remarkably stable, while Oak Ridge has faced persistent high attrition year after year. This isn't to criticize Oak Ridge, it is to highlight a risk. If we move students from a low attrition environment into a higher attrition one without a clear plan, we may unintentionally accelerate the very decline we're trying to solve and push more families to charters or out of the district entirely. My concern that the September 2nd recommendation did not include an attrition analysis, a head-to-head comparison between Eastwood and Oak Ridge, or related metrics like out-of-district student poll. Before moving forward, we should be able to answer these 2 questions. Do we have sufficient data to evaluate the full costs and risks of this closure by December 2nd? And 2, have we explored and mitigated the specific risks, especially around enrollment decline? And I have 2 additional requests before any final vote. First, and the lesser of the 2, an objective comparative analysis between Eastwood and Oak Ridge side by side, but more importantly, 2, an Oak Ridge stabilization plan that identifies root causes of enrollment decline and sets time-bound targets, for example, retention and net mobility, with actions and accountability. If that level of analysis can't be completed credibly by December 2nd, then delay or make the decision conditional on meeting these due diligence items. For the sake of our students, families, and the district's long-term health, these questions deserve thorough answers before a final decision is made. Thank you.
By the way, I just want to say real quick, Ryan, thank you. He's been a part of the process and been very involved, and as you can tell, very good with his data and numbers, and I appreciate that. He's made so many great suggestions, and just thank you for being an active part of the process. Sorry, yes. Please.
I'm going to try to cut it a lot shorter than it was going to be. I've got 5 kids at 4 schools. My name's Chuck, by the way, Skyline, class of '98. I have kids in the advanced learning at Morningside. They loved it. They absolutely loved it, and they cherish their teachers. And it's going to be difficult to try to move them out, especially when we don't know how many students are going to be coming in for the French school. I'm curious, a few questions here. One, what is the problem keeping the ALC at that, or the advanced learning at that school, along with the French? Because then you'll have more population in the school you're keeping open anyway, and that way the French students don't get shimmied down to a really small section. And 2, next question, or point of topic. I'm going to try to phrase this, sorry. Test scores. We live in this area specifically because of the schools. We moved here knowing that we would have Morningside, we would have Wasatch, and we would have Skyline. Right now, the only schools that are going to be feeding into them, actually in boundaries and going towards them, will be Upland to Wasatch, Wasatch to Skyline. So we're right back to having to bring people in from out. And I understand, lots of folks around. When I went to Skyline, we still had students driving all the way across the valley because it was the best education that they could find. That's how you improve enrollment numbers, even if it is pulling from out of the area, by having the best possible education. The accelerated learning program had the highest scores in the state when we were looking to buy a home. That's what brings us here. Sorry, don't want to get heated. We appreciate what you guys are going through and the difficulties, and that you do care for our children. I want everyone here to recognize they are not our enemy. Our state legislature cutting funding to our children, they are the enemy. And if you don't change the way you vote or speak up politically, then we're just going to allow the idiots to rule the roost. Thank you. Please give a bit of ALC on my side as well.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Craig Delaney. I'm with this is difficult for the board. I think there's going to be angry people with whatever decision is made. So I empathize with you in making that decision. I want to speak regarding the accelerated learning program as well. For Morningside, do they know if they're going to keep that in Area 5? For the
ALC program?
Yes, for the ALC.
Yeah, there's a commitment to keep it in Area 5, just not decided where yet.
Okay, and back to that point. I'm a CPA finance. In keeping Morningside open, which I think is correct, for the French program is a correct one, we also have a lot of overhead just to keep that program open. So it seems like it makes sense to try and grow it, and in growing the ALC as well on that. So I would recommend considering keeping there so that you have a full student. Now overhead cost is better cost the entire, both programs. Finally, I'm not seeing any cost two more points. I haven't seen any cost analysis on the cost savings to keep Morningside open as is, and the overall cost savings of closing Eastwood. I'm sure they exist, I just haven't seen them, so if that information has been published, could you come into the...
I'll give you a very, very brief answer on this part. We've talked about this for years. Very average numbers, okay? Every school is different. If you're talking facilities, taking care of a building, all those kinds of things, utilities, all that, you can go anywhere from $300,000 to $600,000 easy just on those kinds of costs. Your larger costs are going to be, you don't have to duplicate, you don't have, the principal's not there anymore, the head secretary. You're one individual's principal, head secretary, and custodian, and any one individual that is not going to be at that school. So everyone else is kind of, through attrition, placed elsewhere. So approximately $1 million. And that's why we say this is not a, people give me a hard time when I say it's not about money. You can say almost everything is about money on the one hand. But we don't save enough money to go through this to close a school. It's not, money's not the driver. Healthy, robust schools, healthy schools with more opportunities and resources are the driver. Those other issues are byproducts of this and are part of the process, but not the reason that we go through the process.
Okay, and real quickly, if you're going to keep roughly the same ratios on students to teachers, does that mean that the teachers will be not surplus and they can stay within those schools, that you're not going to, have to surplus the teachers?
Yeah, when we say surplus, I want to make a distinction. We don't have to fire or let anyone go, reduction in force. No one is losing a job, has not yet in the last 10 years we've been doing this, because we're a large enough district where through attrition, they still have a place at different schools. And again, there's a process for where and how they're placed. But we're not losing, or people aren't losing jobs in that way.
Correct, but will they stay in Area 5 if you're keeping the ratios the same?
That's a combination of what they choose. Some teachers, when there's a change, and if they live across town and they say, I'm changing anyway, I'm going to try to get into school closer to home. Some of that's choice, and some of it's by certifications, what's available at that school, what grade they teach, all of those things. There's a kind of a flow chart in the policy of how that process works.
Understood. Well, I think the root is, will they decrease the number of overall teachers in there?
Okay, I'm sorry. So will it decrease the number of teachers? No. Again, it's a student-teacher ratio. So with more students at the new school comes more teachers.
Thank you.
Thank you. Hello, welcome back.
Hi. First of all, I want to thank the board members for coming again tonight. I have a handout that I think will help with some of the comments I'm going to make. If you could raise your hands, my good friend Connor is going to hand the... Thanks. Okay, so while he's handing those out, I'm just going to start talking. When the question of whether to do a PAC study was first presented to the board's initial response was to wait until the dust settled from other recent closures so that they could study the impact. That was a wise response. As was made apparent at last night's meeting, there has been no effort to study whether shutting down schools will do anything to achieve the stated goal of improving resources for teachers. The Silver Hills example was brought up last night, and it was admitted that the school closure actually put a greater strain on teacher resources, with class sizes sometimes upwards of 40 students, but still only one teacher per grade. It was suggested that this is only true for 2 to 3 years, but that statement was based on conjecture. Silver Hills has only had 2 years. You can't say what's going to happen in 2 to 3 years.
They're back up. They dropped by two teachers. Now they're back up to where we anticipated it would be.
Well, that's not what I've heard from the teachers that are there. I've talked to a couple teachers there and they say the increased strain on resources is ongoing. And you saw it last night that it would take 2 to 3 years to know. So when faced with concerns that the combined schools would be at capacity in roughly 5 years, the district said that it plans to build a new mega school. I don't like the idea of a mega school. I think that is a huge risk to assume that we're going to have the ability to build a new school, given the distrust taxpayers already feel about the 2017 bond, especially if the money will be going to places that are outside of our neighborhoods. But even if that were true, and we plan to rebuild in 5 years, why would we close down school, knowing based on past experience that it is going to increase the strain on teachers for at least 3 years? The board is considering a permanent and likely ineffective solution to a temporary problem. The board at the meeting was unfortunately swayed by Julie Jackson to do the PAC study. Do it now based on this cry for teacher resources. She claimed she had talked to every school, but she later admitted to Eastwood that she had not talked to Eastwood, and she admitted that Eastwood was the only school that did not complain about a lack of resources. It makes no sense then to shut down the only school that didn't feel like its resources were strained. I know here that Eastwood has thrived with a small school setting because of parent involvement. We have a lot of parent volunteers because of the proximity of homes to the schools. Parent involvement at schools is one of the best predictors of student success. It improves classroom behavior and leads to improved academic results. Moving Eastwood to Oak Ridge is going to remove those opportunities for success from the Eastwood kids. Now I want to go back to some of the points that were made last night. I've included in the handout, thanks. I included in the handout a side-by-side comparison of the Department of Transportation's safe walking routes for Eastwood and Oak Ridge. Please look at those maps. You can see the absence of any safe walking routes noted for Oak Ridge. Also, I implore each of the board members to actually attend the walk from 1.5 miles in the North Cove to Oak Ridge. It's easy to look at a flat piece of paper and say the schools are only 2 miles apart. But this ignores the topography and actual hazards of this walk. There's a canyon that separates the 2 schools. Any kids walking from North Cove to South Cove will have to go down and then back up with an elevation gain of 250 feet in about half a mile. This is an elevation gain that even my very fit husband describes as difficult on his runs. When you're doing this walk, and I invite you to join us when we do the walk with the media in the next few weeks, I want you to imagine your 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-year-olds and all of their friends doing this walk with you. There are only 2 ways to cross from North Cove to South Cove. Try walking from the upper streets for 1.5 miles, and it's actually longer if you want your kids to have a sidewalk because they have to walk from the top all the way down to Wasatch. It's a 45-minute walk based on Google Maps, which is based on adults, so that's probably an hour-plus walk for kids. Try walking and having to walk all the way down to Wasatch Boulevard and then along the street for 1.5 miles with cars zooming past at 40 to 50 miles per hour, cross the busy Canyon Road and the busy Jupiter Drive, and traverse the 5 entrance and exits from Olympus Hills Shopping Center. We can't put crosswalks there or crossguards, and there are cars trying to inch out the sidewalk to see traffic so that they can zip out onto the street. Now imagine that in winter with icy conditions. If you scan the first QR code on the handout that was presented to you, you can see a video that we took from a car, safety of a car. And ask yourself, would you feel comfortable having your children walk that distance every day?
Just a quick question. Is this all this year narrating, is that the handout everyone's getting?
No.
Okay. We do need to make sure with respect to everyone else that wants to ask, that we've been over about 5 minutes at this point, so if we can pass the microphone to the next person.
I do note that you only seem to be enforcing this time limit on the women who are speaking. And
I vehemently disagree.
Thank you. The only other alternative is from Astro Way to Gilbrook. While you're walking down the steep sidewalkless
30
street,
seconds.
imagine your children navigating this blind curve, especially in icy winter conditions. Imagine them trying to cross this uneven four-way stop across the canyon road. We saw 2 drivers run the stop while we were there. And imagine, and you'll see that in the video, and imagine them then walking along the sidewalk-less Jupiter Drive, again in icy conditions. Notice this sign warning drivers about blind driveways. If you scan the second QR code, you can see what that drive looks like. Will you have a clear conscience if children are maimed or killed walking either of these 2 routes? How much money does the district have for liability insurance? And there is no amount of money or planning that can make these routes safe. I have additional points, but I will let the next person talk and make them.
So my name is Anastasia. Welcome. Thank you. I am a Eastwood alumni student and a parent of an Eastwood child, and I'm a resident of Immigration Canyon. Can you pull up the slide that has immigration? So I addressed you about this last night and I don't feel like I got a clear answer. These 2 maps are the only maps that have ever been given until last night. And I asked, was this map ever presented to the PAC? In any decisions, discussions, have they ever seen this map?
Yes.
Okay, so that changed from last night's answer when you said no. But you were unaware, unsure that it had, but it may have been presented to city council meetings.
To PAC, my interpretation of your question last night was in public meetings. PAC is internal. PAC knows, obviously, our boundaries and what those areas are. We've served on this for years. But it was in that process where we had a discussion just visually on that. But is your point, you feel like we're leaving Immigration Canyon off because it wasn't on the map?
Well,
we're not giving it.
It's been left out of data slides multiple times. This map has not been presented until last night. So it's easy to say that Oak Ridge is centrally located, which, yes, as of last night's slides, it said for most, but it's centrally located for just the upper Mill Creek, not immigration.
I've acknowledged.
You have now.
I've acknowledged in these last meetings.
Yesterday and today, yes.
Before that it is centrally located for the most of the students in that area. I've said that over and over. Yes.
All of the slides that you had said it's centrally located until the slides that were presented last night, which the most was added. Okay. So out of the 6 schools closed in the last 10 years, they were relatively close to adjacent schools and relatively low in school rankings. But never, not once, have you proposed closing a school 2 miles from the next nearest school, separated by a literal canyon between them.
I disagree. Sorry, not a canyon, but more than 2 miles. For sure.
Never have you targeted a school ranked in the top 2% in Utah. And never chose a school that attracts 30 plus out of district students with its traditional program alone. Don't you agree that your school closure template, effectively in-boundary centrality and building utilization is too simplistic for this closure decision? How do you justify this school closure recommendation and its unprecedented cost? Your standard closure template based on building utilization and boundary centrality simply does not fit Eastwood. How can you justify a recommendation with such unprecedented cost to our students, families, and taxpayers? You don't have to answer that. Just think. And a couple just quick questions. At the March 18th board study session, a slide appeared that combined Eastwood and Oak Ridge as if they were a single site, well before any official recommendation. Do you have any comment on that? At the March 18th board study session, a slide appeared that combined Eastwood and Oak Ridge as if they were one single site, well before any official recommendation has been made. Do you have any comment on that?
I'll have to see the slide in the context. I don't know. Yeah. You know, the context, was it board meeting or a public meeting? But that's even looking at the phone. Immigration families who not see. What does this show? Sorry, I still can't even. Sorry. I'll have to look. I really don't know. I'll have to look and I can get back to you and respond to it. Can I keep this copy? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Perfect.
So another district video showcased teachers from Cottonwood and Oak Ridge discussing the challenges of small schools, but no teachers from other small schools were asked to participate. Do you have any comment on that?
The video vignettes of teachers, is that what we're talking about?
It's posted on the page, yeah.
I just want to make sure we're talking about the same thing, little vignettes. The very short answer is for years we've asked some teachers to respond to these small school questions and concerns that are on these two slides. And I get why publicly, and even in small groups, teachers don't want to respond because most teachers don't want to admit this a challenge because you risk of, in other words, you're kind of admitting these are challenges and therefore the district closed our school. I believe in the last couple of years we've reached a tipping point where more and more staff members are more and more vocal and are saying out loud, these are challenges. Principals, staff, all kinds of staff. Why did they not come from Eastwood? I invite anyone. I'll make a video and we can post it, but those were the teachers that responded from those schools.
So when I just want a side comment, when I was making a montage video for Eastwood, the last granite video that I could find was from 2010 with Mr. McCaslin, which was around the time that I went to elementary school there. So Eastwood
we haven't. I just want to say we haven't. We would love to do more of those because I want you to hear from teachers why some of the issues that we're discussing are in fact a challenge for teachers specifically. And that's better coming from teachers than from me, right? So.
Almost done. When you attended the school community council meeting on May 23rd, just 4 days before school ended, you presented some incomplete data. You claimed that Oak Ridge could absorb...
Is this the community council disclaimer?
Yes.
Okay, good.
You claimed that Oak Ridge could absorb Eastwood students, but not vice versa, omitting some very important facts here. Eastwood has many reloads, or can have the ability to have many reloads. In that corner, I think we estimated we could have upwards of 6+ just in that little corner. Enrollment maps had still excluded Immigration Canyon. Data reflected only the current year, even though the study is supposed to be driven by future projections. And at the May 14th PAC meeting, working groups, some with personal ties to specific schools labeled Eastwood as low-hanging fruit. This bias framing was never addressed, and participants later admitted that they felt swayed by earlier remarks. These are not minor oversights. They reveal a pattern of inconsistent statements, selective outreach, incomplete data, decisions made before public input was meaningfully gathered. And Eastwood is not just another building, it's a top-performing community anchoring school that meets every metric your own policy values. I urge the board to reject this flawed recommendation, demand a transparent process, and honor the students, families, and taxpayers who deserve decisions based on facts, not bias, not politics, and not a template that was never meant to fit.
Hey guys, I'm a resident up in Eastwood. My name is Jeff Roach, and I've been down there. My neighbor loves me. I'm also a business owner at Holiday. My wife, Jessa, that's been very involved in the PAC and all this stuff that's been going on. And similar to our superintendent over here, I'm going to speak not as a dad or as someone who's upset about what's happening. I'd rather speak as a professional, give my professional opinion. And just like we have a subject matter expert here, we have a superintendent. I work in private equity on clean tech deals, working on the future of energy. And in that, I get contracted to negotiate and to manage risk towards the best outcome so that good things happen with capital, with people that participate. And what's missing here, and I've heard in some of the comments, is that we're not talking about best outcomes yet. Okay? That's what everybody here cares about, including our friends over here, is the best outcome for our children and a long-term plan. And so when I look into that in my work, we go into scenarios. And there are two very clear scenarios that have been put on the board here that need to be built out for decisions to be made by all these parents in this room. There are many in the room that stood out front saying they want to stay at Eastwood. And that's a wonderful thing, and I appreciate the work they're doing. What would be very constructive to take the temperature down here is if you guys gave us an enrollment number that needed to happen at Eastwood so there was a target that they could go to so this could transition to a recruiting campaign on the merits of the school versus just a dead-end argument.
Approximately 500 or whatever gets that school with 3 teachers minimum per grade level.
Okay, great, that's helpful. So then you get into what you guys have done is that you've said, okay, Eastwood kids are gonna go over to Oak Ridge. And personally, it doesn't do violence to my sensibilities. I think they're both wonderful schools. I do. What I care most about is what are the terms and conditions that we can expect when we make the hard decision over the months to come, whether we're gonna commit to this, whether us folks on the bench are gonna do private schools because we have means, or whether we're gonna do charter schools. We're gonna make a decision. The things that I think we care most about, and I wanna take a temperature here, is who here cares about class size, to know the class size? Okay, that's good. Yeah, you raise your hand too, we're all in this together. Who cares about the integration plan? Integration of 2 schools. Yeah, I've done a lot of integration work. I've bought small companies and integrated, and you're talking about taking a student population from 250 up to 500. There's a lot of integration work, not just next fall when they show up, but from now till fall to make sure the students are ready to have closure on what is happening to our students. Who here cares about key faculty and retaining talent? We have teachers showing up everywhere, right? So who here cares about the curriculum? There are definitely debates on the curriculum. Some of us aren't that psyched on French and Spanish. They're old languages. We're more concerned about reading, math, STEM. And then the last point is that, we're moving from GFI, GCI, what's your term, facility score?
FCI.
FCI, yeah, got it. Okay. We're moving from a 4 to a 5, you guys, because these are the 2 oldest schools in this neighborhood. And it would be nice to know the investments that are going to be made, not in the front entrance or the parking lot, but rather in the student experience. So again, we feel good about this change to integrate 2 neighborhoods, because it can be a really beautiful thing, but we need to move forward into the work that needs to happen between now and decision of record in December, so we can all feel a lot better and have more transparency on what we're electing into versus just getting it handed to us in a meeting. Thank you for listening. I defer to my wife, Jessica.
Turn it around.
Needs a bathroom break, so.
Thank you for that. I want to introduce our Chief of Staff, as I mentioned earlier, he oversees our transition committee. So we have a process that we start in January to go through that process where we integrate our communities. We work together, EAs, we work together to create events, to memorialize a closing school, to welcome students into a new school community, and to build a new school community with the incredible volunteers and parents that we do have. So I do want to reassure you that that is absolutely part of that process. I absolutely want to retain every single one of these teachers. They're amazing, they're incredible. They will have opportunities through the negotiated agreement that we have with their association to be able to apply for open positions at a new location of their choice. And we'll work through that process, but I agree with everything you said, so thank you.
Opposites attract. Different perspectives, same house. I want to say thank you to every single person who's here. And I have read thousands of GroupMe chats. I belong to 3, some of which I probably don't belong in, but got into anyways. And I am incessantly witnessing our shared experience of stress, of uncertainty, and for many of us, a loss of trust. Now, I've been playing with the loss of trust because I aspire to be a person who can root hard for an outcome and be willing to accept something different. However, I must presence that this PAC process itself is something you as a district need to reconsider and pay. You guys need to do a PAC on the PAC. I looked at Canyon District, who is also doing this right now, and you know what? They started in April, they ended in September, 4 months. And at the very beginning, they put a list of the 5 recommended outcomes, including all the schools they would possibly close and what it would mean for the community, before they started the PAC process. What I would like to recoup is my dollar rate for all of the hours I have spent trying to save a school, which Julie Jackson said to my face. I got this close to her and I said, do you have any ideas of what could possibly happen? No. Is there any chance? So to be told multiple times, do something to save your school, and to have an entire zone of neighbors. We own a business in Holiday. I live in Eastwood. I'm a body worker. My hands are on the neck of a Morningside mother who's like texting. You know, we are pitted against each other in a way that is not representative of who we are for each other as a community. And the stress that has been on all of us is just huge. The Canyon District did it in 4 months. They put the potential outcomes up front. They started with a list of what they were committed to for the community in terms of what they wanted to preserve, which included trust, neighborhood schools, commutes. And I just want to point out, no matter what the outcome, I want one of you to acknowledge, maybe just for me, maybe not for the hundreds of texts I've read, maybe not for the other parents who are clearly here, maybe not for everybody who has stood up and has walked from Eastwood to Oak Ridge, but at least for me, like an acknowledgement of the way, it does feel like a waste of my time when I've attended every single one of these, and there seems to be a very clear recommendation. I've had this too. I'm not opposed to saying, we really thought Eastwood would be the one. But I would have appreciated knowing that and not been put on a goose chase of wasting my time and energy trying to do something. They always do that. They always do that to the women. So I'm going to recommend that, and then I do think integration is a very necessary step when we're looking at it, so I'm sure many of us want to be involved in that process as you make any decisions. And I'm also going to say that having researched how often you guys do this, I'm kind of looking at the Mill Creek Holiday District idea that is coming up, for unvoted for reasons, I will probably spend the rest of my time voting that way. So thank you for your time, and thank you for all of your time that you've spent being here, supporting our kids. And no matter what happens, I need to cry, and I want to, like, our kids, we have to, like, come together as a community to make our way through, and we will, but it's necessary for me to be able to say that here in a group with you, where I can see you as humans and understand that we all have a shared concern. And we may have different desired outcomes, but to be honest, I highly doubt any one of us want to throw one program or one school under for the others. And I can't help but feel that this feels like a kid's birthday party where I have 13 kids, and at the beginning I'm like, hey guys, welcome! I have 8 cupcakes, and there's 13 of you. So be nice, play well, but definitely prove to me which one of you deserves to stay open. I don't know which one I'm not going to give a cupcake to, but one of you's not going to get it. But don't be upset and just be chill and like enjoy the year. Actually enjoy the summer, actually enjoy the Christmas break. So when you're making decisions like this, summer, Christmas break, across a year, it would be really useful to reflect on how you can tighten the process, be more transparent up front, put your recommendations out first, back it with solid data that doesn't change, and then value our time. And if it's not something that you want solutions on, or you're just gonna pontificate or placate, please don't do it. Just tell me straight up, this is what we've decided.
You can pull that out of there.
Really tall. I wanted to be like an Eastwood parent. I went to Eastwood and Oak Ridge as a kid before my family moved away. I love Eastwood. I don't want it to close, but I think I'm in good company in this room that my priority is supporting safe and equitable access to quality education for all of our kids. So if there were compelling arguments to say that pushing forward with the PAC recommendations was in interest of that goal, I could get on board, but I don't feel that that's the case. There's a lot of emphasis on enrollment numbers and utilization, and I think those numbers are valuable. I think they're being used as a proxy for the more meaningful outcomes that we care about, which would include things like retention and recruitment of quality teachers, academic achievement, our kids' social development, and overall well-being. And I think that's where the focus really should be. You had mentioned last night that the sense of urgency to move forward with these closures related to the need to mitigate the problem of split grade classes. My daughter's in a split grade class at Eastwood, and I understand the concerns about split grade classes. Shout out to Lori Carlson and all of her hard work and what she's doing for our kids. The thing about that concern is that even though I'm a parent of a kid in a split grade class, I'm not convinced that the school closure and merging of schools as proposed is going to make things better for my kids. Eastwood's a top 10 public school in the state. Our academic achievement in general education is second to none in the area. Our community is tight-knit, our teachers and staff are the best. We've maintained our undeniably excellent outcomes for our kids despite our small size and our old building over time. And disregarding the quality in favor of quantity, I think is short-sighted and could be harmful to the district's mission overall. So my question is, a number of schools have already been closed over the last few years in the area. What have we learned? Where are the data on the outcomes we care about? Things like teacher recruitment or retention, grades, test scores, preparation for high school, mental health, kids' confidence, and sense of belonging and overall well-being. So if we have those answers, that would be great if you could share them. And if we don't have those answers, these are measurable things that should be assessed before moving forward with school closures.
Great questions. I'm going to take a second to answer a couple of questions because it goes a lot to the heart of the matter. These are slides a lot of you have seen, maybe some have not. There are 2 slides. I just don't have time to go over every one of these. But teacher retention, split grade level classes, a lot of things are really encapsulated in why. The benefits of consolidation, quite frankly, if you look back far enough, we used to call these slides small school concerns, just reframed a different way. Is that my timer? Am I up? Okay, I'll be quick. Okay. That's why we're trying to get what the gentleman asked, because there's a certain number. Yes, it's not as much about the number as it is teachers of grade level. We're trying to get to that minimum 3 teachers of grade level. It gets us to where we have more resources. Mental health. When there's more teachers, or excuse me, more students, there's more monies that come with those students. Not just per pupil expenditure, but there are other monies that come as a whole that come to a school. Psychologists, social workers, time with nurses, aides, special ed, BHAs, 10 or 12 other glue pieces that need to be there that smaller schools don't get as much or as often. That goes to all of this stuff. Parental choice, we only have 1 or 2 less parental choice for those. Mentioned split grade level. Our collaboration and learning communities, which are huge. Balancing out class sizes and classrooms. The economy of scale is what I use a lot as a term here, and that's what we're shooting for. You can be too large as a school, you can be too small. That's what we're talking about. We're trying to get to a healthy size. Couple more. Easier to maintain, larger and more effective school community councils. I hear you. Somebody mentioned a minute ago how hard they work and have worked, even at Eastwood in a small school, and I believe that. I know that. But I also know, in doing this, unfortunately, for this long, is that I also hear from those community council members and PTAs and teachers say, when you only have 8 to 10 teachers at a school, there's a lot that they're repeating, having to do, versus when you're in a school of 30 teachers, you have more to spread the wealth. So, and then I've seen teachers move schools because of that, because they're tired, they're burnt out. I've seen parents say the same thing. I can't be on the community council, the PTA, the fundraising committee, carnival night, and 8 other things all the time. I need to spread the wealth. It's not one thing, it's all of these things that I'm talking about. So go back and take a look at these slides. These are more inclusion opportunities for especially our special education students. All of these things this is what we're trying to accomplish.
I guess what would be helpful would be to see sort of the same kind of tables and numbers focused on those outcomes as are given to enrollment and utilization, as opposed to just what feel like sort of vague references to trust us these things are going to get better.
I'm sorry, you're saying
tables with numbers to sort of objectively show how things would get better after a school closure and how things have gotten better after a school closure, as opposed to some vague references to trust us, this is what we see. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Hi, my name's Nicole. I have a child at Ringside. I just wanted to say to everybody that all of our children deserve the quality of education that we know that we can receive. And we're also excited about our particular programs, and we all want to see them stay. To me, if you can go back to that last slide, I'm only going to speak to my particular school for one moment. We already have an average of 5 to 550 students, and I understand that what you're going to say is, no, not the traditional track, but the first question I have for you is, how long has the ALC program been at that school? Yes.
8, 9, 10 years?
Since 2002.
Okay.
So
you're right. When I was thinking back 8, 10 years ago when we had one, I was at Morningside and the stock was added.
Right.
Yes,
Okay. So I think it's safe to say that ALC is a proven program, and I know that we already have a program, and it's also for a subset of students who are not necessarily the most academically highest achieving students. They're a very different profile, so we need to get very clear on that. But we already have a long-standing program that deserves to be studied, and I know that you've committed to that. But my question is, why move us without the study first? For us. Why move us without the study first? And secondly, yesterday at the meeting, we talked about the French DLI and the desire to expand it. And I get it. I'm a former educator. I understand that there's an operational, you have like, pardon me. We have operational data, right? Operational data is not statistical. It's stuff like, we've got operational evidence that we want to expand dual language immersion, right? That it could be possible, it's a wonderful thing, and that's true. We've got evidence of that with lotteries and parent info nights and applications and the rollout of the new Spanish DLI program, plus the state research showing all of the benefits of a dual language immersion. But what we don't have, or what we haven't been made privy to, is hard data that will help us understand, you know, do we actually have an interest in growing that particular program? How long will it take to grow? If we're going to be, you know, considerate of trying to maintain as many kids and the happiness and the well-being of our programs, my hypothesis is ALC is also dependent on having a traditional track at that same school, because parents and children have to opt in. They have to test in, and then they get the invitation, and then they have to weigh all of the pros and cons. If I have 5 kids, then I'm going to need my children to have the choice to be together. And if you suss out those programs, you ruin each one of those programs. You do. So, I propose that this be delayed. No recommendation to close down Morningside at all should be happening. We should not just be keeping it open for one program that may, if we threw a dart right now, it may hit the bullet. We don't know. We want to see the data that says, okay, we can get behind this. But this stuff is just too premature. We've got to take a little bit more time to do the study for both ALC, the efficacy, the idea of expanding it, making it even, you know, efficient, also serving the actual amount of students who need to be served by that program. And we need to look at the cohorts and talk about how we can make those well, we need to make sure that they're beneficial for the students, because the teachers are stressed with lots of different kids in that one room. So.
Thank you. Thank you. Sorry.
My name is Sarah. I'm an Eastwood parent, and I just want to read a statement that I have written. In 2017, we voted in favor of a bond that would rebuild Eastwood Elementary in 2026. We trusted Granite District with our tax funds. But instead of managing these funds properly and fulfilling your obligation, we are faced with a decision that seems to prioritize our school's property value over the success and safety of our children. The majority of the Eastwood community believes this was decided before the study was announced. We have strong arguments to counter the reasons you used to close Eastwood, and you lack the data to support your arguments. For example, you claim drop-off and pickup is more challenging at Eastwood, despite getting no community input and conducting no traffic studies. We can make our arguments silence all day, but we're not heard. Given the valuable location of Eastwood Elementary, we feel that the recommendation, I already said that. Taxpayers, Eastwood families, faculty, and staff deserve to know all the factors at play. Our board member, Julie Jackson, shared on Instagram about being very involved in the PAC study process. And she began advocating for Eastwood's closure the day after the PAC recommendation was announced. This is alarming. Her actions and involvement in the PAC are not just questionable and improper, they deserve proper scrutiny. The upcoming vote should be postponed, just like many of us have asked. We deserve the time to look at any potential bias and conflicts of interest, as well as any potential plans that have been discussed for Eastwood property to ensure this decision is being made forthrightly. As we've all seen tonight, public trust, not only in this process, but in Granite District, is fragile. I urge you to commit to rebuilding that trust by postponing the vote on this PAC study recommendation and pivoting into the type of community collaboration that has been called for tonight. Denying this request threatens to further erode public trust. Eastwood is an asset and a gateway to Granite District. In the coming years, as the dust settles, if Eastwood does indeed close, I have no doubt that Granite School District will be weakened, students will suffer, and those of you involved in pushing this through will be known for weakening the district.
I wanted to speak to that, and I appreciate the comments. I also wanted to give a shout out to our former principal at Eastwood, Naomi Huff. How are you doing? So good for you to be here tonight. She's great. We love her. Did I say it wrong? I apologize. A comment was made up here, and I want to make it clear. We have, in order to sell or purchase property, we have a formal process and procedure under state law and under district policy. I received a letter of intent from an interested entity. They send me a letter and they say, we are interested in purchasing your property. We then send that over to our real estate committee, which is made up of our business administrators. Steve Hogan's on that committee, Nick Sturden, a couple of other construction and engineering folks at the district office, and then they make a recommendation to the board whether to surplus property. In this particular case, under state law, we can only sell to a municipality first, and Salt Lake County would be included in that. We cannot sell to an outside entity or group without going through that process and procedure first. To this date, I have no letter of intent from any interested individual, and if I had received it, I would have kindly rebuked them and said, we're using that as a school right now, we're not interested in selling property. That is the direction I've been given from the board over the last 7 years as we've closed these other properties, because the one thing they're not making more of in this county is land. And so we have worked through the Spring Lane closure, made a partnership with Holiday City to turn that into a park space. They're gonna overtake maintenance costs for us, create open space, but the property is still ours. So if the community comes back and we need another school property, 20, 30 years down the road from now, we have the ability to do that. Additionally, Mill Creek Elementary, same situation. We're looking at opportunities to retain the open space for our particular community and make sure that we're maintaining those properties so that we can utilize those properties down the road as appropriate. So, I can't read that, I'm sorry. You can hand it up to me if you'd like. I'm just pointing out the fact that if somebody indicated I will read it, and I will tell you that I don't know what she's referencing because we've received no letters of intent. I'm sorry that I could not advocate that you wanted me to. I do think Eastwood should close, and yes, I'm advocating for that. As to the real estate, have we had a lot of people asking about it? Yes, but there are no deals. We will not sell. We are not planning or thinking about it, and yes, I'm at the table. There are 7 people who have the right to determine what happens with that property, and I'm one of them. That's correct. She would be the one to make a final decision as a board member to sell the property. To what interest somebody might have asked her about it, but it would still have to go through that process and procedure. And I can tell you right now that I have 7 board members, and the majority of them have expressed interest over the last decade that we are no longer to sell property at this point in time. We had a bad experience with Granite High. We don't like how that deal ended up, and our board has given me direction as superintendent to not engage in any sort of those surplus or transactions any further. So I just wanted to clarify that for you. Thank you. And good to see you, Naomi. Thank you.
I will.
Hi, thank you. My name is Sunita Jennings. I am an Eastwood parent. I live in the Eastwood community. Maybe in the minority, but I would like to represent the view of a working parent household. So in addition to the excellent public education and community our kids have at Eastwood, it is its location right off the Belt Route that have made it possible for our children to both get a great education at Eastwood and get bused to safe aftercare provider. This means that both my husband and I can work full-time, 5 days a week, and even have care coverage on district closure days, which are many. We work because we need the paychecks. If Eastwood closed today, we would no longer have that option. Eastwood, because of our ease of access from the Belt Route, is a prime location and the only location that our child care provider will bus to today. So I've been looking at other options that we can afford, and the reality is Salt Lake School District schools support working parents much better than Granite does. If the board votes to close Eastwood this December, my family is very likely leaving Granite School District. Right now, we cannot find another option in time for the 2026 school year. As you close neighborhood schools, you cut off options to us within our community and within our public school district. The actions of the district are actively pushing down in boundary enrollment by closing schools and removing our options. Finally, I say to my neighbors here, our kids go to school together, our kids do activities together, and one day junior high and high school together. My fight is not with any of you. We love this neighborhood, and we have friends at all of these schools that are being talked about. There's Morningside ALC parents making sure my kids are safe tonight while both of us are here. I believe that we, as a community, can find a solution that suits us as a whole. Granite School District, I invite you to actually be part of this community.
Hello, I'm Colin. I'm an Eastwood parent. I'm just going to read it. My question may not have as much bearing on the immediate decision before you. Maybe it does if you can slow down as many have asked for tonight. I ask it with long-term outcomes and planning in mind. Many studies find, I see the benefits of consolidation here, but counterpoint, many studies find that smaller schools, especially under 400 students, often have higher engagement, stronger student-teacher relationships, better attendance, and sometimes better academic outcomes. Eastwood is one of the top performing schools in Utah, as has been said, and its success reflects the broader pattern of smaller schools often delivering better outcomes. Closing it feels reactive, and it puts efficiency ahead of student success. And my question is, it's probably more one to think about rather than talk about tonight, but what prevents the district from taking a proactive, strategic approach, one where proven student performance and the success of smaller schools guide long-range planning rather than defaulting to consolidation?
Jen Tomchak, Eastwood parent and hopefully future Eastwood parent. I have a daughter who should be starting kindergarten there next year. I previously talked about the unsafe walking routes, and I want to pick up from there. I raised the hazardous bus route concern yesterday, and it is repugnant to me that the response was that we should get another bus driver. But that would only be that apparently help the kids in the North Cove. The immigration kids have been told for 3 years that we can't find any other bus drivers, and that is why we have to have our kids away from home for 10 hours a day on a 6.5-hour school day. Now apparently, we can find a new bus driver, but that driver won't be used to alleviate the 10-hour day that these kids will now be spending. Actually now it will be 10.5 hours or more a day away from home to account for that added distance. Unless the district has been disingenuous with us for 3 years, it is a big gamble to assume that you'll be able to have another driver. And what if the district can't find another driver like it's told us for 3 years it's been unable to do? And if we can't find a new driver, we actually need 2 new drivers because we cannot continue to spend 10, and we should not make our kids be away from home for 10.5 hours and a 6.5-hour school day. We need to have 2 buses, one for the North Cove and one for Immigration Canyon. And according to what you said last night, it costs $220,000 per bus. So how does it make sense to spend $440,000 to bus kids to a school that you're claiming I guess it doesn't. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't make sense to pay $440,000 to bus kids to a new school when you can not spend any of that money and bus them to their existing schools. You can improve a lot of things with money and planning, but you can't fix safe walking or the hazardous busing conditions. Now, when you look at any of the objective criteria that the board is supposed to consider, closing Eastwood does not make sense. You said last night that you don't like to close schools that are on the edge of the district's borders because it's easier for those students to just go to another district. Now you were referring to Cottonwood, but the same logic applies to Eastwood. Eastwood families are closer to Salt Lake District schools with better test scores than Oak Ridge. Now, you may be interested to know that we sent a survey out yesterday. It hasn't even been 24 hours. We've had 108 responses representing 125 current Eastwood students, 34 future students, and 13 students that left because of closure rumors. Of those surveyed, 74% indicated that they will not go to Oak Ridge. 64% indicated that they will go out of the district, either for a charter school, for Salt Lake District, for homeschool, or for private schools. 64%. Only 15% of those surveyed said that they would go to Oak Ridge. I'm surprised that the PAC didn't study that, because that seems like that's a relevant statistic. Oak Ridge as Brian said earlier, Oak Ridge has the highest attrition rate of the entire Area 5 schools. I think it's actually double the entire Granite District average rate. Eastwood has the lowest, and it's not just attrition of students, it's also attrition of teachers. Eastwood in 12 years has not lost 1 teacher because they chose to leave. They either retired, been surplus, or moved out of school. The same cannot be said for Oak Ridge, which is, I understand, although I don't have the exact numbers, has one of the highest turnovers. This goes to Brian's point. Why? Why are we sending kids from a school that keeps children and parents there to one that doesn't? It doesn't make sense. Looking at academic outcomes, Eastwood has the top performing school, better test scores. Gold STEM is only one of 3 elementary schools that have that designation. It doesn't take a genius to see that it makes no logical sense to shut down a high-functioning, top-performing school on the edge of the district that is already attracting out-of-district students and already has established safe walking routes to send them to a school that doesn't. Now, I want to briefly address the accessibility concern because Eastwood is ADA accessible. It has a ramp, and there is not a single student in Eastwood that does not have the ability to get to any area of the school. It is arguably more accessible than Oak Ridge and other schools because all of its classrooms are on 1 floor. To say that Eastwood is not ADA accessible is wrong, it's misleading, and is not a proper basis for this decision.
Is that the ramp outside?
Yes, it is yet another place where the PAC study recommendation looks good on paper, but ignores the reality of the situation. So if none of the objective criteria support the recommendation, we're led to only one conclusion. You are being influenced by criteria that are not being disclosed. And for this question, I want the superintendent to come back up here. Sorry, can you come back up here, superintendent? You said that you haven't gotten any letters of intent, which is the formal process for selling the property. But have you been involved or heard of any discussions about how to use the Eastwood property?
Yes, and I will tell you, the secretary at Eastwood told me a year ago that some firemen came in and said they were going to build a new fire station there, and that was news to me. And that's the only thing I've ever heard. We have had conversations with Mill Creek City, long-term. They said, not specific interest in Eastwood, but they said as you look at closures in our city, we want to talk to you about preserving open space. And we said we're open to those conversations when those schools close.
Are you aware of an RFP with a full architect build-out of the fire station on the Eastwood property?
No.
You have no knowledge of that?
I have no knowledge of it.
And
I will go further. I have never had a conversation with Unified Fire about Eastwood property. In fact, I've never had a conversation with Unified Fire in the last several years.
Has anyone at the district office had a question?
I couldn't speak to that. I can tell you that Steve Thompson, who serves under our business administrator, runs our real estate committee. If he'd gotten a request to come to real estate, I was on that committee until I became superintendent, and I get their minutes, and I've never seen.
That the lender that's married to one of the board's members? Is that what you're talking about? Winder from the Steve isn't, no?
I had that conversation with Mayor Silverstream.
Okay. I'm sorry, I misheard you. Okay. I just want to say, and I would like the board members who are here, and I'm sure I hope will be talking to us soon. I want you to make sure that that thought about what is happening to Eastwood property is not what is influencing the decision, because that's not an appropriate consideration. Our consideration should only be outcomes for students. It should be opportunities for students.
I will go even further, and I will say that should be the basis of the entire study. And I can assure you that Steve Hogan and PAC has no influence over real estate decisions in any way, shape, or form, and that would have to come before the board in finality. Pardon? I'm telling you, in his role and responsibility as PAC, they do not make real estate decisions, and they don't make recommendations. Hey, I'm sorry if I'm trying to clarify that different committees have different roles and responsibility, and PAC makes no decisions about real estate. Yeah, we share responsibilities. It's not a conflict of interest. He has dual roles and responsibilities. Again, there are multiple members of real estate committee that would make a recommendation to the board. Again, the direction from our board, I want to be really clear, we have not considered selling any property because the direction from our board is to maintain our properties and find relationships with municipalities so that we're not bearing the cost of it.
Sorry, I just want to make sure that it's loud enough for everybody here. Are you aware of any discussions with the Unified Fire Authority to put a
I've only
fire
heard the
station?
same thing, what he said, is all I've ever heard is somebody walk in up at Eastwood from the fire and says, hey, something about this property. Nothing has come through real estate, nothing.
I'm literally responding the same way I responded last night.
You did not think about the firemen.
I wanted to make, that's because she directly asked me that question. You didn't ask me that question, I'm sorry.
Last night was
Again, My friends here, I can appreciate that you feel like there's undue process on that. That would be a significant concern, and it would absolutely be the basis if there was something to that for not proceeding with the study. That would absolutely be a conflict of interest. Our integrity would be compromised. Our trust with the community would be compromised. At this point in time, I will reiterate, I have never received a letter of interest. The only communication or understanding that I have at UFA came from the Secretary at Eastwood.
Ben, can I?
You would have to have that conversation with Julie Jackson. I don't know who she spoke to. I'm telling you, I've never had that conversation with Julie Jackson, so I can't speak for that. I'm sorry.
I just wanted to say that I hope you understand why we have these concerns, because the decision makes no objective sense. It makes
That's
no
why I'm
logical
so happy to come up here and respond to that as very clearly and vocally as I possibly can, because that absolutely would be a hindrance on that process. It would take my ethics out of the equation, and I wouldn't be comfortable with that. So I want to make sure you know you are going to submit these grammar requests. I get a report every week of grammar requests, and the answer is going to come back that no such records exist, because no such records exist.
Okay. I want to end by making a proposal, and I hope you will seriously consider this proposal. I hesitate to make it because I know how hard the Morningside parents are fighting to keep their school together. But yesterday you said that there was virtually no chance that Morningside will be allowed to keep its traditional and ALC programs at the Morningside campus. If that's true, the board should seriously consider sending the ALC and traditional students to Eastwood. It will keep them together. Eastwood is the perfect location for ALC and the traditional students. It's easy to access. It is a top performing school. Every grade has a GT certified teacher. Most grades have 2. If you send DLI to Oak Ridge, you still close the same number of schools, 1, but you do not create or exacerbate the unsafe walking and hazardous busing routes. You get to keep your top performing school and its special designations, and Granite continues to retain existing Granite students and attract the out-of-district students. It's a perfect solution that actually accomplishes your stated goal.
Please go to the slide with Area 5 immigration on it, please. The map.
Sorry, Area 5, the first one with immigration.
And the map.
All the way back. If you want to go ahead, I'll get there in just a second.
My name is Conrad Teal. I am a parent of a Wasatch, Morningside, Canyon Rim, and most importantly, Eastwood students. I'm here to support Eastwood tonight, to be clear. As a business owner, I look at franchises and I know that franchises that are underperforming are probably going to be closed. But I don't put an analogy between a restaurant franchise and a school. I would put a closer analogy to maybe a gym, where there's an investment that goes into that property into that business by the people that are going to that gym or that school by having a 1-year membership, for example. I'm going to take 3 exceptions to some of your numbers, have 7 forward-looking comments, and then have a question. My first comment is that I believe that the Eastwood enrollment numbers have been undermined because of years of commentary about Eastwood closing. I believe that those numbers would be substantially higher if there hadn't been those rumors. It's a fantastic school. I, for one, know that the number would be higher by at least 2 if there hadn't been those rumors. And I know that there are many more. I also know that when I look at the northern Morningside boundary there, it doesn't look appropriate. I have a lot in common as someone who lives in the Eastwood area with those people in that northern area. Those are my neighbors. That seems weird to me. That should be Eastwood enrollment numbers and potential enrollment numbers. So I don't like the current enrollment numbers, and I don't like your area enrollment numbers. I also have concerns about how you're counting Immigration Canyon, of course. I am disappointed with how the commentary around improving drop-off at Eastwood went.
There was an opportunity to improve it, and there was a whole plan. But a few very vocal people got in your way and didn't allow you to be forward-looking and fix that perceived problem. Now let's pivot to some forward-looking things. UDOT is working on 3300 South in the coming months to remove lanes, add bike lanes, and improve the sidewalks. That'll make a better east-west connection to Eastwood. Mill Creek City is working on a shared use path north-south along Wasatch Boulevard to existing excellent sidewalks that are protected that will make excellent northwest connections to Eastwood Elementary School. I would like you to recognize that you've already put improvements into the office spaces of Eastwood Elementary, and you have a fiduciary responsibility to protect those funds that have already been invested. I am seeing you turning your back on Immigration Canyon, and also your out-of-district potential from the Jeremy Ranch area that would come to Eastwood, and every one of those along the 215 corridor and I-80 corridor from other districts like Canyons and from Salt Lake City that would come to Eastwood. That is your best property. I'm not seeing you recognizing that my neighborhood in the northeast corner is not like the properties east of Oak Ridge. We are accessible homes. My street has 12 homes on it. 3 of them have elderly people that are going to turn over families. 3 of them have families that will have elementary school students first. You don't have any metrics, and it's very hard to find census data for our area. I think you are missing the boat on what's coming in this area. Dave and Julie were here last night. There's some of those senior citizens who left in disgust. They're on my street. They will be leaving soon and will be replaced. We are not like the houses east of Oak Ridge. We are more like West Jordan, South Jordan. We are affordable homes for upper middle class, and there will be youth moving into our area and continuing to. My final, I have one more statement. Holiday and Mill Creek want to have an uncapped ALC program and STEAM accessible in our area. I don't like busing. My question for you is, recognizing that Eastwood is our best property on this east side of your district, how are you going to show leadership as fiduciaries and keep Eastwood open and protected, your best school property?
You brought up something here, I think it bears a response really quick. So I want to say this, a little over 10, 11 years ago, we received some grant funding from Salt Lake County. They offered to, I don't remember the grant amount, but it was several $100,000 to help improve the drive-through at Eastwood Elementary. We consulted with an outside traffic engineering. They came up with 3 different solutions, and we presented those to the Eastwood Community Council. That it's not, I forget the name of it. It meets at Churchill, because that's where we held the meetings, and then we held another meeting at Eastwood. And unfortunately, we did not get a tremendous amount of support for that project, and the county pulled the funds from us. Could very well be the case. We tried to do some survey work and some other folks. We just couldn't get consensus on one of the design elements. So there was an effort, you are correct, to improve that drive-through safety. We still need to improve the drive-through safety at Eastwood. It is one of our most challenging, besides probably Morningside, in terms of a drop-off zone, in terms of safety. So I just wanted to make sure everybody else knew what you were referring to. I don't know. I'm not going to pretend I know every detail. I'm not in PAC. I don't know if he has a great answer to that. I appreciate that you believe that is in fact the case, and I appreciate the fact that you believe that we can attract additional students from Park City and from Salt Lake. My only concern with that is we're not going off birth rate data from our own research. That's from an independent demographer, and they're telling us what these schools will look like 5 years from now. So if I felt like we could market appropriately to bring in and attract additional students into that feeder, I would certainly take every opportunity to do that. I would dare say that we've well established that Eastwood is a high-performing school with a Goldstein certification, has an excellent teaching staff, right? And yet we still only have 171 kids who live in that boundary. And we only have 125 of those 171 that are coming into that school. You are still attracting additional students, yes, but not to the degree that we closed other schools, my point is, for having less than 200 students living within that boundary. And so if in fact that was going to be a draw to Park City families or Salt Lake families, I think we would have seen that already, is my point, I guess. And that's my only concern with that assertion.
No, because everybody thought that this school was closing, and you undermined your STEAM and your ALC programs by capping the ALC programs to a number and not including everybody who could qualify for it. So, and I think your numbers in the school are undermined by rumors of it closing and also this weird gerrymandering of boundaries.
The Chapel Canyon Ring closed before my time. That was 20 plus years ago, right?
We see how successful Canyon Ring is. There's demand in this neighborhood.
Correct, and it was our fault as a district for selling the property to Canyon.
So if your
Again, another reason why the district doesn't want to sell the property, right?
If your demographers are correct, and I am wrong, you will be closing many more elementary schools, and Eastwood is the one you should keep open.
Yes.
My children receive special education services and have faced discrimination and denial of FAPE at other schools in Granite School District. So I need to ask, what was the specific process for studying the needs of special education students in this study? How many special ed students from Morningside would be transferring to Driggs? How will you support Driggs in preparing to serve an increased number of special ed students? Our Morningside special education teacher has specialty training and certification in dyslexia. Will students have access to the same level of expertise in delivering their IEPs with fidelity at Driggs? I have expressed my concerns to you many times about the fact that Morningside traditional track parents were not included in the PAC's closed doors subcommittee meetings, which has biased the validity of this entire study process. Not only were we not included in the subcommittee, but it's clear that our public comments were ignored. Why are programs with strong representation on the subcommittee being spared, while others who were not face unfavorable outcomes? Schools with similar building quality, less walkability, significantly less enrollment, and lower building utilization are not being recommended for closure. So what criteria are actually guiding investment versus closure, and how does Morningside not meet the criteria to stay open? Do the criteria you are using align with the legislation that guides the school closure procedures, and if so, please explain exactly how? The law does not specifically state that boundary utilization is a factor. Morningside has already secured the Computer Science for All grant and is actively implementing HB 227 aligned STEM programming. Why target Morningside for closure instead of supporting it to avoid lower grade splits? Why not continue to foster our STEM focus and attract both in and out of district families to the traditional track lower parties? Please do not close Morningside based on low enrollment in just 2 grades in 1 track. There's a minute left. Do you have anything to respond to?
25 to 30 questions in there. Special education, you started asking about that. That department is represented as part of the PAC, so that they can guide us and help us and support us in some of those decisions.
Can you please provide more specific information about special education students?
What is the specific?
Do you have the number of how many Morningside special educations will be transferring to Driggs, and how will there be enough support support at Driggs to transfer that. I don't know the specific number, but I know that it's significant.
Off the top of my head, I don't know the number. I would have to look over their department. And one of the big reasons is I'm always hesitant to quote special education numbers because it fluctuates a lot. So I can find out and see. Are you talking specifically at Morningside?
Yes, and I wish that you would have found out prior to making the recommendation to make sure that these special educations are going to have appropriate support at Driggs.
By law, they have to have appropriate support. We know that. And then it gets into how we define which definitions we're using for special education. For those that require just a little pull-out here and there, do they require what some people call a unit, or how many hours, how much inclusion, all of those things. And so we have to get into definitions of who qualifies for what their diagnosis is, and there's a lot of things, so I'd have to get with them and see.
You didn't answer most of my questions, but
there's a lot. What's one more important one that I think?
What criteria are you actually using to stay open versus providing support?
To keep a school open versus providing.
Yes, I know what you said on your slide, but it doesn't line up. All of the buildings are old, our student numbers are high, our building utilization is high, so it's just not lining up with what you're
And when you say
presenting.
provide support, I mean just keep it open and have extra supports for it?
Yeah, well, so for example, for Rosecrest, you're providing an art focus. Why not provide more of a STEM focus to Morningside versus just shutting it down?
Yeah, I wish there's, like I keep saying, there's not one single answer to that. It's a combination of all those things. For Morningside, if you go back to the slide, but combination of, we talked about FCI, we talked about the boundary students. We disagree on the total number of students there. We talk about the geography of having 4 schools close together. There are a lot of challenges there, but there's no one issue. Supports, that's one of the things we've tried and continue to try with, for instance, extra FTE. We're district supported. FTE meaning more funding for more teachers. For years and years, this district has supported certain schools, small schools, that are getting so small they would have split classes. We would say, here's some extra money. We're just giving you the money over and above what you get for a student-teacher ratio as support. That's becoming so needed at so many schools, we can't do that anymore. And so those kinds of supports are there. Programs, we do try programs. You mentioned an art emphasis at some schools. In some cases, those work, in not all cases. We try to balance that out between not, you heard me say this, not cannibalizing or taking from just other district schools around us, because that helps one school but hurts all the others. So it's all of those balances that we're trying to create.
I think the bottom line is just that you haven't been able to arrive at an appropriate conclusion yet that will fix many of the problems, so please pause. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Tiffany, and I am one of the other representatives of Immigration Canyon. I'm alumni from Eastwood in the 1980s, and my daughter is a current first grader at Eastwood. Previously, I moved out of the Canyon, and we would have been part of the Driggs community for her to go to school. However, I moved back to my childhood home specifically so that she could go to Eastwood to have that same childhood that I had. Now, one of those reasons is I am neurodivergent, so part of the special ed community, and Eastwood made it much more special and easier for me to go through my education as neurodivergent. My daughter, like me, is also neurodivergent. So, as an Eastwood student, she gets more from that smaller school and the slightly smaller classroom environment, more one-on-one availability from her teacher to increase her chance of educational success. So now that's potentially going to be taken away. One thing that has been not talked about through this whole process is the special ed community. Now, you're saying the PAC has gone through this. None of it has been spoken about within the community. So now we feel underrepresented as a neurodivergent community. Not only that, Immigration Canyon has also been underrepresented. Now, you've met with Joe. We know this. You have not met with us as a community. Joe Smoka, the mayor of Immigration Canyon.
I didn't, Joe, yes.
Yes, Joe Smoka.
Okay, I know him by the last name, but I wasn't sure.
Sorry,
which Joe.
Mayor Smoka. Now, why have you not met with the community of Immigration Canyon? There was a city council meeting. None of us got notice about it. We should have been included in any information that involves us. So, as K through 5 and one of the representatives, none of our children will be going to Oak Ridge. That is a fact, okay? So that leaves us some other options. Our second leading option is going to the city and county legislation and changing our school district, potentially, to Salt Lake City School District. Now, I checked my taxes this morning, and we have very high property taxes in the canyon. I have 4 parcels myself, and I checked my taxes, and quite a bit goes to Granite School District. Losing the canyon as part of your revenue of Granite School District is substantial.
We don't want to lose the canyon. I can tell you that. I'm just telling you, I'm just saying your choice. I'm just telling you in front of everyone that, no, we don't want to lose the canyon, but I understand.
My daughter is gone from my house longer than I am at work. Right? Now, extending her bus ride to go to Oak Ridge, that extends her bus ride potentially up to a half hour longer. She's 6.
When you say half hour, because it's...
If there's a snowstorm, that extends it potentially up to a half hour longer. And if they can't get up the hill to Oak Ridge, I might have to leave work to go drive my daughter to school because the bus can't get up there. So that can potentially extend it 1 extra hour. When they say our children are gone 10 hours a day, that's different from a 16-year-old to a 6-year-old. Now, my question actually, that's just a bunch of information. One, neurodivergent community hasn't been spoken about. Immigration Canyon, super underrepresented. Why were 2 slides saying excluding Immigration Canyon?
We're not excluding them as part of the study.
No, the verbiage literally was excluding Immigration Canyon, correct?
This one?
No? It was in big letters across the top.
Oh, the dot map. That slide was in response to a specific question from several people about what they called the code, or just in that area, not Immigration Canyon. It was a distribution of students, not just boundaries and boundary size, but where those students lived within the boundaries. That's all that was. It was a specific slide to a specific question. That's all.
I believe there were 2 slides that excluded Immigration Canyon.
Yes, I understand. And I've tried to make that clear. But I promise you, we're very aware, and I'm not sure what I can tell you at this point to change your mind that yes, of course, we consider Immigration Canyon part of this. Have I made statements and continue to try to show you on maps, like it says there, that yes, it's part of the study.
I don't think our tax dollars are considered very much in this study. Is it worth losing?
No. Well, like I said a minute ago, you don't want to lose it.
Then I would reconsider maybe extending this study to see if and involving us in the decision-making process, because we are the community. just so you know that when we asked our daughter what she loved about Eastwood, her answer was, I feel safe.
Great, I'm glad she knows.
Hi, my name is Mindy Lofgren, and I'm actually a William Penn parent. I'm not here to fight for my school, I'm here to fight for my community, because schools are first and foremost something that when this was initially presented back in February to the board, I believe it was Nicole McDermott, she immediately expressed some concerns, saying that with our last closures, are they helping us reach our goals? And there were lots of verbiage about our goals. And so I just want to read Granite School District's, shall we say, goals or vision. It says that Granite School District is ensure every student graduates prepared for success in college, career, and life by increasing graduation rates and improving literacy and numeracy proficiency. The district strives to achieve this by providing a safe, equitable, and challenging learning environment, engaging families and communities, and offering personalized support and programs to meet diverse student needs. That's wonderful, and I don't see anywhere that the goal is to make sure we don't have split classes. I don't see anywhere that the goal is to make sure that we have schools that are at 500 students. What I do see is goals that are being met by every single elementary in this area. So my proposal to you is to go back to the board and say, I have studied these schools, and I am grateful to say that our goals are being met and we do not need to close any time and energy to study how we can reboundary and what schools need to close. We could instead study why we are losing students that live within our area. The last thing I've got, two more things to say. We at William Penn are considered the goal. We have 93%, and we are what they're striving to do. But we still have classes with 33 students. Last year we had 2 kindergarten classes and 80 kindergartners enrolled on the first day of school, and there was not a third teacher for those 80 kindergartners.
I'd like to respond to that part very quickly, because it's
Okay.
important. You're right. The difference being, it kind of goes back to a lot of the study is, it's DLI. Spanish DLI has, DLI and ALC specifically has significant impacts on schools. Back to the traditional class. And so before, preferably, in perfect world, before we have one of these programs, we would want a healthy three minimum traditional classes in a school, then consider doing that. But yes, as long as we have those 2 programs, which almost look and feel and act like 2 separate schools, we would continue to have those highs and lows in large class sizes.
And kindergarten doesn't. This was really more a concern about not having enough because of that for people funding. I'm just saying that even with this large school goal, you still have per pupil funding problems. Our principal this year, who is phenomenal by the way, he has actually chosen to have a split class because of some behavioral issues. Split classes are not the death of schools. Closing schools are the death of schools. The last thing that I would like to say, just that to our board members, Julie Jackson is doing her very best, I'm sure of that, and yet we still have 1 vote. We ask the board members that are here tonight, and we hope that you will share this with the board members that are not here tonight, to be our voice, because with 1 vote, inevitably she has to vote against someone. The system, quite frankly, is flawed. And so we hope that because you do not know our community, that you will listen to our community and trust that our community knows our needs. The very last thing I want to say, and then I will be done, to the parents that are here. You have sat through so many hours of these meetings. You've listened to this presentation probably 10 times, and you've heard so many parents share concerns that probably don't have solutions. There is literally only one solution to this problem, and it is to split the district. I hope that you will, and I hope that you will see that Granite Schools have a representative that represents 16 schools. We can have a representative that represents 3 schools, that knows our area, that knows our schools, and that knows our children. Please keep an open mind, and let's look to the future, and let's get a new school district.
Hi, Steve. I'm here to talk more on the side of my kids. So I have 5 kids in Granite School District. 10 years ago, I chose Morningside as my school because we had put my child in a private school and he had not learned to read. So when we were there, people at that school said, hey, Morningside is the best school, we are all going there. So your child can go into ALC, or you can be traditional, or you can choose French. So we are like, yes, we want a STEM-focused school. Bear in mind, my child was 4, and they were in a private kindergarten, but we didn't know it was brand new to me, so we didn't know they were not teaching them to read. So we get into Morningside. This was 10 years ago, and my child started to read. He did kindergarten. He was excelling, and he, tested for ALC, but he chose to go through the TRAP program, traditional program. And today, my oldest child, he is a top student through Wasatch, and he is now a top student at Skyline. Skyline is the best high school in the state of Utah, public high school. This is why I choose to send my kids to Skyline and Wasatch and Morningside. And then my other 4 kids tested into ALC, and they got into ALC. And I specifically remember you saying we want to keep families together. I want to talk about how my family has been affected by this, because I want my kids to go through a STEM program. That is my kids' desire, to go through a STEM-focused school. Now, Morningside is not rated as a STEM like Eastwood has been talking about, but its academic focuses on STEM. 10 years ago, we were there, and we have been there for 10 years. We raised money, not ALC, not just French, not just traditional. We all worked together to raise money to get that STEM lab in place, even before other schools. And we also worked to get every kid the resources they need to be successful. And today, my kid in Skyline, his teachers tell us, from Granite Technical Institute, from Skyline, he is one of the top students and taking advanced classes at Skyline. And the people who are with him, half the people are from Morningside. So I keep my kids at Morningside. And here's what happens at Morningside. You get retested at ALC, 2nd grade. So if you were to do ALC for 3rd, 4th, 5th, you get retested. Now we got dropped because my middle child, he was on the waiting list for ALC. So he didn't get through, and they dropped us even from the traditional program because there is no room. Not because, we were out of boundary. They're like, we want you here, but we can't keep you. So I had to take my one kid to a boundary school, 2 kids to Morningside ALC program because I want the best education for them. And then we have one in Wasatch and one in Skyline. So the thing about having kids in 2 different elementary schools, this is so difficult because I cannot be there for my kids. Say a parent-teacher conference, say a Christmas program, say a fundraiser. I have to choose between my kids. I have to choose, hey, mom's coming today to your school. And because my husband works, and he works out of state and out of country, so sometimes I'm alone. But this has taken a toll on us. And Morningside's ALC program is 25 years old. So you first started out by saying we are going to move Morningside to a Woodstock program. And do you know how old the Woodstock program is?
I believe that's the one that's the new program.
It started in 2019. So you were choosing to take a 25-year program that brings great, high-performing students into Wasatch and Skyline, and you were talking about moving us to Woodstock. Then we ALC parents came together, and then the district said, okay, we're not going to move you, but you haven't told us where you're going to move us. And so we are still in between. We don't know where you're going to move us. And why do you have to move us? We have been there for 25 years, and it's one of your best programs. And I feel like when I hear you say, oh, there's an IB program coming, and a future French DLI program coming, let me tell you, those are like chickens you're counting without them being hatched. But these are established programs that have been successful. I heard Eastwood say they are a STEM school. They are STEM certified. It's kind of hard, I think, for Morningside to get STEM certified, but quite a bit of students that go into Skyline are from Morningside. I just want to say that this has not been studied at all, and you are just closing us and not keeping families together. You are ripping us apart, and then why? The data for the first and second grade only showed for this year. So the enrollment is down only this year. And you're going to shut us down for 1 year of data instead of bringing our ALC kids into traditional, siblings into traditional. You're talking about only first and second grade, but the third, fourth, and fifth grades are overfull, and people want to come in. But you're not willing to assign resources to include our siblings at the Morningside.
We need to let these folks.
And you're not closing Morningside as well, because you said you were going to close 2 schools. So you're really not achieving whatever your goal is. And destroying STEM-focused schools.
We've had 6 board members here, and some of them do need to, in fact, leave. They have regular day jobs as a part-time job. We want to make sure that they have a chance to hear what you have to say. So if you're a repeat person, we'd actually ask you to go to the back of the line and make sure that those who have not had a chance to comment get to go through here first. And we really do need to stick to that 3 minutes. We just went 7 or 8 minutes on that last comment, and there were some good things there, but there are other ways to provide us feedback as well. And again, we will hang out as long as possible after the comment and listen to this feedback to make sure that the board gets every piece of feedback as appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Tim Valentine. I have a child at Eastwood and I have a child at Churchill. Thank you for being here, appreciate it. Throughout this process, several times in yesterday's meeting, there was talk about getting out-of-district students into our schools. The French DLI at Morningside was cited as one of the ways the district is hoping to do this. Skyline and Wasatch were also used as examples of outstanding schools in the area that are a draw for a large number of out-of-district students. If I, personally, were tasked with drawing in elementary-aged out-of-district students, I would want a property large enough to hold a modern elementary school with modern facilities. I would want a location that was easily accessible from all directions and close to the freeway. If I was lucky enough to have that property and that location, and I was really asking for it all, I would hope for a school that already has a reputation and culture of excellence, a foundation to build upon. If I asked for all of that and I found Eastwood, a massive, beautiful property with the best location you could ask for commuting students, and one of the top performing schools in the state already there, I would invest, I would promote, and I would build. However, instead of building, leveraging, investing, growing, and dreaming, you have proposed we shut the school down completely. I want to be clear that I believe if you do not take advantage of the unique opportunity that Eastwood provides, then you are making a huge mistake. I think constituents and future board members will also look back on this as a massive blunder. Again, throughout the process, and also yesterday, when the arguments got tough, you asked us parents, when is it okay to close a school? You were also asked what other alternatives were considered, and your response was, you mean what other school could we close? As a parent, Eastwood community member, and just as someone under your leadership, these are very troubling responses to me.
Obviously, that's not the only solution. That was the question, the answer in context of the question. But are there other solutions? We've been trying other solutions for years with boundary changes and programs and anything we can do to save the schools, but we've reached a tipping point, all districts have, where one of the solutions we're faced with is the potential closure.
What I hear from the Granite Board is deterministic, fatalistic, and pessimistic. The population is going down. What else can we do? You closed Canyon Rim, and it immediately thereafter was at capacity and still is with a wait list. You say you won't lease property or schools to charters anymore because you can't compete with them. That's what Julie Jackson said.
You can't compete. You don't want to have students.
That's what Julie Jackson said.
That's Julie's
to me.
So be it.
My question is, are you trying? If so, how exactly? What have you done to invest in Eastwood, to build its community, to leverage its strengths, and to draw more students in? I'm beginning to think Eastwood has succeeded not because of Granite School District, but in spite of Granite. I want to be clear that while I speak about Eastwood specifically, I think the same applies to all elementary schools in the area. It's Eastwood today, it's your school tomorrow. They are amazing schools and they deserve to have leadership truly fighting for them to succeed. With the right effort, each one of them can be a draw for out-of-district students. I do not feel represented or inspired by this leadership or this process. If you don't think you can compete with other schools, I urge you to go back to the drawing board, change your attitude, change your outlook, and start thinking about how you can compete. Your constituents deserve better, our community deserves better, and our children deserve better. I urge you to let this be the start of a positive outlook and effort for our communities and our children. Keep these amazing schools open and figure out how to win.
From the beginning, years and years ago, we continue to ask for your ideas and ways to do just that. And we have a lot of people that work very hard to do just that. It comes down to math. And that math is fewer students. When Eastwood had 500 students and Oak Ridge had 500 students, and now we're down to 240-ish, it's not because of lack of effort, lack of programs, it's lack of students. It's that simple. And when you reach a certain threshold, you reach a certain point where gravity takes over and you lose programs and you lose teachers, and then this spiral happens where more and more people leave because the programs aren't there anymore. So I'm not saying that we do nothing and there's nothing we can do. I'm saying that we've been trying, but the issue everywhere, and I'll finish this thought. If we were the only district in the country, or even in the state, closing schools, I'd look at us really hard in the mirror and say, what are we doing wrong? But this is not a new, unique issue. There's a reason all the other districts, I shouldn't say all, many around the country are forced with the same solution. It's not easy, it's complex. All of you have some very, very valid ideas and reasons, and we are continuing to be open to all of those. But the main issue, among others, and again, FCIs, geography, how close schools were built years ago, all come into play, but it's mostly a birth rate and lack of students issue.
Great. So just to respond to that, how is Canyon Rim at capacity, for one, and what have you guys specifically done to enable Eastwood to be a successful school.
Those 500 kids are having babies coming back to the school.
Happy to compete against Canyon Run any day of the week. We outperform them. Most of the schools around it outperform it. What attracts families to a charter school is that charter word and things like uniforms or other things of that nature. We've done research. We've actually done some research, and we've asked people when they leave our schools. We'll continue to try to market and do other things as appropriate. What have we done to help Eastwood succeed? We've been subsidizing small classes for the past almost 15 years. We've had a small school subsidy that we've been using up and through COVID until we got some additional ESSER funding or emergency funding. The district has been funding some of these smaller schools to help offset split classes, or when there's only 8.5 FTE, we'll throw in an extra half FTE so that they don't have to have a part-time teacher. The problem with that, it's not equitable to your neighbor school that does have a sufficient population for the school to be able to build a population around. So we have continued to subsidize Eastwood up and through COVID, and at that point, after those funds dried up, we don't have that resource anymore. Our budget has become more and more significantly tight as a result of legislative budgetary cuts. And again, that's not really equitable to its neighboring schools either, right?
Yeah, so I appreciate the response. Sadly, it's more of everything that I've already heard, which is fatalistic, deterministic, and pessimistic.
I can so appreciate that. And I would encourage you to come spend a day with me at the legislature, where they were the ones who pressured Salt Lake and did a whole legislative audit why they weren't closing schools and why they had small school numbers. So I do feel that pressure from you. And I'm just being straight up and honest with you. I'm as optimistic as the next guy, but there are only so many kids in this area. There's only so many children. So if I'm going to feel pressure from my patrons to keep a school open, I'm going to ask the question. I'll totally own it. When is it okay to close a school? I'm happy to own that question. I'm sincerely asking. I can tell you what the legislature said. Go look up the Google News story from 2 years ago, when they had to close 5 schools because a legislative audit burned them. And the legislature pledged to withhold funding if they weren't going to be more finite with their resources that they were providing. So we're in a rock and a hard place. If you guys think that the district is sitting down there high-fiving each other to get to close schools, this is the worst, most horrible thing that we ever have to do and that our board members are faced with. Nobody wants to be here tonight. I don't want to be here tonight. I know you don't want to be here tonight. But I have to look at our budget and go, what is the best use of our resources to maximize opportunities for kids? And if we have to consolidate some of those resources to make sure that our teachers have what they need and our students have access to the programs that they need, because we're 50th in the nation in terms of the funding, then I'm so sorry. I'm doing the best that we can with the resources that we've been given.
Sorry, you keep looking straight at me and talking to yourself and respond. What gives anybody here any confidence that it's not going to be a cascade of school after school after school? I don't see it.
Hey, you're not wrong. If our population continues to decline and we'll continue to add up those numbers, I don't know how we sustain that. We don't create schools and hope to attract kids to them. We build schools for the kids that are here, right? We're not building. When we were at 82,000 students, we had full schools. Again, we can't create, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the children physically do not exist, right? They're not here, right? Families can't afford to live in this area. We have other circumstances that are outside of the district's control. We have no control over the birth rate. Yes, we do. Go ahead. But my point is we're right here with you. We are just as disgruntled and frustrated in this situation as well. Thank you.
Thanks.
Welcome. Go ahead.
Thank you so much. I'm a Morningside ALC parent, and I was at the meeting you did a few weeks ago. And I feel like what someone said earlier, that the decision was made and let's find the evidence, was like what's happening at Morningside to me. And I appreciate that you backed off moving the ALC program to Woodstock, because I felt like that was super problematic. And I'm still struggling with moving the ALC program out of Morningside when the school is there. I mean, it's closed, but the ALC program can't stay. And I haven't heard a lot of good reasons why it can't stay there, so just like in a few words, why you think ALC staying there is problematic.
My first concern is capacity. We don't know. There's people in here, as soon as I say this, are going to start.
But you don't know the French?
We don't know how large the French program could be.
Okay.
So it's simple capacity.
Okay, but we could leave it for a few years and see what happens with capacity, right?
We don't know. I mean, again, I described the Spanish GLI program that we anticipated we might have 250 students, and now has 450 in the first year. Surprise to us, quite frankly. And could we have that? I don't know. But I don't want to have, all of a sudden in 1 year, now we're over capacity. And then moving all that. That's the biggest concern so far.
I guess my question is, I mean, you could give it a year, leave out ALC for a year, see where the capacity is. If it's exploding, then revisit it then. I mean, then you wouldn't disrupt hundreds of kids on a maybe capacity will grow. Is that an option to consider?
We haven't made a final decision, so this is why we're here to get that feedback, and that could be a consideration.
I mean, I just think it's super disruptive, moving all those kids, and to have an empty school that they could be at and they're used to, and to drive by it to a farther away school when it's empty, So that's my first thought, is if they could stay there to see what happens. Sorry, did you have a thought?
You want me to answer your other question? Because Steve's going to remember when I bring this up. So obviously board members get the presentations in advance, so they do know what the proposed recommendation. You have to publish an agenda, they have to review the agenda, and I get briefed before that meeting happened. And one of the reasons I asked this very question about the ALC when we came back and made the decision that no, we want to study this issue a little bit further. The question is, Steve, when I asked about this originally, look at that number in terms of traditional students in second grade.
Right. I know there's that one problematic year, but everything else is golden.
Yeah, well, to some degree, right? We actually, the projections that we see, the numbers don't look good down the road, right? So the idea is, could we put, I'm not saying we couldn't do that. I'm simply trying to answer the question, which was, we would like to put ALC in a place where there's a stronger traditional in-boundary population, so that they could actually work together. So our friend back here talked about not being able to have the capacity, the room to keep her traditional student in the school. We want to be able to do that for our families, because not all kids will be in the ALC program, so it needs to have a strong traditional program with it. And just answering that question.
A standalone French school faced that same problem. There's no traditional.
No, the reason we're going away from traditional DLI programs is our friend from William Penn pointed out, it creates larger class sizes for the French or the immersion program at the lower grades and higher unless you reach a certain threshold of students. And William Penn's at capacity. We don't want to, you need 800 to really solve that problem. And we feel like that's too many kids in a school building, right? So with respect to that, the idea is that we as a district know that the traditional program is not working. The state model is the way to say that. The state model, which is, 3 traditional classes, a couple DLI classes. We're going away from that model because it's not serving small schools very well. And so that's why we opened up Dos Mundos, to try something new, right? We're trying to be optimistic and look at different options instead of school closures. It's actually brought back almost 200 kids from charter schools. We're trying our best. We're looking at some different options here. We want to see if this program could grow and become something helpful. And again, drawing from out-of-boundary students and giving another option for our families here in Granite School District. So to that end, we don't want it tied to a traditional program, although the same reason. Does that make sense?
I get it, but I think the ALC kids would like to stay even if there isn't a traditional program. I get you want to tie it to one, but we'd rather not disrupt all those grades. for that chance that maybe someone will bump out. Like, they're very static group of kids, and there are some that bump out, but for the most part, 25, 6 stay in every year, so the bump out numbers are super low.
Hopefully that would be able to stay steady, right? Hopefully that would bear out
Sure. So my other thing is, I know you said you're going to study it further. So if you're studying the ALC program further, why would you want to make the change now before that study's done?
Yeah, well, it's a fair question. We'll look at that because I don't know what even the study, quite frankly, looks like. I won't run the study. That will be the curriculum department, and I'll work with them. But as soon as we define the parameters of that study, that's something we'll consider.
Okay, I mean, I just think if you're going to study that program further, let's study it before we kick it out of the school and make changes where we don't know where that program's going. So I know that you're trying to fix that one split grade, but given the commitment to ALC and French programs we've talked about, 25 years and a new French school, it seems that the boundary, it seems that the boundary usage wouldn't be as important as the total school usage at that point. Would you agree?
To a degree. It's one of the reasons we like this model, quite frankly, of having just DOI there, because it does take away, not all, but a lot of the other issues of having that school-to-school, struggling with the traditional classes versus the DOI classes. So.
I guess I would just urge the board members that are here to please wait on moving forward and moving the ALC program. I think a lot needs to be studied, and I don't think that there's a problem at Morningside as is. It's a very well-functioning school, and I think the kids and parents are happy, so please don't move forward at this point.
So you said that closing schools doesn't change feeder patterns. So I live on the northern side of Morningside. All of my neighbor kids go to Canyon Rim because of perceived curriculum benefits. I saw the Eastwood sign saying they're better. So it's interesting that you say that because my lived experience is my son's the only one on our street at our schools. Everyone else has opted out. So with that northern group now going to Rosecrest, is Rosecrest going to be a split feeder, or are we now going?
Yeah,
so we are going to stay Wasatch Skyline, or do we now go the other direction?
Rosecrest becomes a split feeder because that area that you're describing will remain Wasatch Skyline.
So you've talked a lot about not wanting split feeders.
Yeah, I say this all the time. We prefer, in a perfect world, to not have any split feeders. However, in a large school district like us, with a lot of interesting boundaries and roads and all that, we're going to have split feeders. Where we can, and when possible, I will clean up, quote, not have a split feeder. But it doesn't always happen that way. We sometimes, and in this case is one of them, create split feeders. We know that. There's no way to not have them. In the perfect looking district from ground zero, clean feeders all the way up. But a few districts, especially once you get over 15,000, it's pretty rare to not have some split feeders in your district.
So why would you, based on that logic, not put Northern Morningside either with Upland Terrace or with our Eastwood friends? Like why would you go Rosecrest?
So why would we not put it with Upland? It's possible to put it with Upland, but we decided that Rosecrest could use the traditional students more than Upland.
So you'd rather put our students in a situation where they will have to split with their friend groups in junior high and high school because you feel that you should shore up Rosecrest, although we have this sort of unanimously pessimistic view of our ability to gain students and not continue our plummet in population.
You just don't get into the opinion stuff. I'm just
I hear you.
I'm trying to answer the question.
So why would you move our children there to save Rosecrest instead of allowing them to go to Upland where they'll at least be with classmates they will have in junior high and high school? Where is the child first focus in that decision?
The answer is, we looked at two schools, and remember, we're making decisions for the district collectively as a whole for the district, and we looked at Upland and looked at Rosecrest and thought Rosecrest could use more traditional students. Does that create a split feeder, like I said, sometimes? Yes, it does. You also have the ability to permit. If you want to permit elsewhere, permit over to Upland. They have the room. Do that.
It's great, then you don't have to do busing. But there's a whole reason that this whole answer to everything being permit is not realistic for many people, right? You know, I mean, I have a kid that permits in
Sure, it's
Olympus
not-
and we're Skyline. I understand the
It's not,
concept.
it doesn't work for everyone. I know that.
It doesn't. It causes hardships on families in order to do that. So like, even with the Driggs families, when that is your constant response, it is so dismissive of the realities that families face.
What is dismissive?
To just keep telling people, we'll just permit in. Like, they're asking you about busing, we're asking you about keeping our kids with our other family members, we're asking you about them staying with their classmates to go into junior high and high school. Your response is dismissive.
I'm sorry you see it that way. I'm sorry you see it that way. Let me give you an answer. You stated your question or comment. There's no intent to be dismissive. The intent is to make sure everyone knows what their options are. I was very clear earlier where I said I would quite frankly prefer of those boundaries that would recommend me to go from Driggs to Cottonwood to go to Cottonwood. However, at the same time, because we've been asked so many times, yes, you have the ability to permit back to Driggs. So that's the case anywhere.
Has your experience in closing the previous, I think you usually say 7 schools in Granite, faced this most contention when the PAC did the rollout of their recommendation?
That's a very subjective question.
You give me a subjective answer.
Okay. There's, as we know, serious engagement in this community. Fantastic. We love it. Has there been opposition? I stood for several hours at Redwood Elementary last year in almost every school. I've had people upset in almost every school. Or you say, is there opposition? The passion is the same. The numbers might not be the same, but the passion is the same.
So I would just ask you to reflect on that, because I think the big thing that I hear tonight, and this is Morningside and Eastwood mostly together. And when we do the ALC thing, it'll be East and West together. Like, our community has not decided to fight against each other. We have actually unified to fight against the district. So, all I would say, I echo what our previous individual said. I do think we need to have a serious conversation about splitting the district. We will continue to issue grandmas. We will continue to expound upon them. We've reached out now. We will issue them with Eastwood. As we continue to struggle, what I hear is I don't hear data. Everyone's saying, where's the data? We're saying we don't feel we can trust you. We feel like there's no transparency. If I were on the board, I would be concerned about re-election. If I were the superintendent, I would be concerned. You are losing faith from your constituents. And maybe all of them have been sad. That's not what I'm hearing from the community. And I think it would be good to reflect on why are people so upset this time. And you've heard consistently people saying you feel like you're lying to us and you're deceiving us. You're not presenting the data. And I'm sorry, it's probably hard to be in your job, you're paid well to do it, but you're also not coming at us in any way with transparency, with follow-up. We constantly hear we give you the data. It doesn't come. There's no reason for us to trust you.
I'll comment. I acknowledge your frustration and feelings in that. I would just, again, comparison and context sometimes helps. Someone mentioned earlier that I think it was Canyon's district doing their study from April until August, 4 months, and part of those 4 months were over the summer. Now, if we tried that, I think that the response would be, holy cow, how are you trying to get away with doing that? We finished. You don't even have, we're gone during the summer. We're not even there for feedback. And we do our process almost a full year. We have many large meetings. I don't think we rarely have ever turned down a request for a meeting. We've sent out emails and tried to advertise these. So I just flatly disagree that, one, we might disagree on what our definitions of transparency are. There's no data we're hiding. We disagree on philosophy and approach and all of those things, and that's okay. But I'm just telling you that there's, like I said earlier, most districts, when I talk to them, they can't believe our process is so long. Now, the downside, like someone mentioned tonight, the longer you go, it does unfortunately tend to pit communities against each other. I don't like that. We've tried to warn against it and try to help them not have it, but that's part of that. So I'm open and I'm willing to consider earlier or shortened versions of this, but know if we do, then I'll have the folks standing up saying, this is way too short, we're just already a major decision, and on the other side of the argument. So trying to do it, but we're always going to have some disagreement, I'm sure, on these.
I mean, that's a lot of supposition in one statement. So we don't have POGAT scores, which we asked you for repeatedly. We asked for them by ballot.
Those will come in the study.
That's great. But like, don't say we have all the data. And we've had Eastwood parents asking for data. We've asked for population data. We've asked for data that we believe that the DLI program could be filled because our Morningside friends and French are concerned that they're going to agree to this and be happy in 3 years from now. They're not going to be a full school and they're going to be closed down. So we don't have the data.
That's a lot of supposition.
That
you just did.
I did. It is a lot of supposition, big word.
I'm just saying.
So, but we have backup because you just said, your superintendent just stood here and said we build schools for students, we have not for students to come. Do you want to rephrase it?
No, let me, and I would say this.
Is that close? What you can rephrase what you said?
I don't build a school out in the middle of the desert and hope that kids will come to that.
Okay, perfect. So
my point is that when we were a district in 1904, we had one school, right? Then we had more schools, right? And those schools have evolved and changed over time. We're here to serve the kids that come to our schools. We're trying to attract kids as best as we can, but we also don't have the ability, and it would be highly inappropriate for us to manipulate housing data. We don't have any control over the economy. We don't have any control over birth rates. And so with all those factors and variables, I would love to be able to say, Eastwood is the #1 school for this and that, and go out there and hope that I can attract those kids from Park City. But I don't think they're going to make the drive. Because past history is not indicating that they're going to do that, right? So hey, I will continue to make those efforts regardless because I want Eastwood to be successful. I love Eastwood. I love our teachers there. I love that school building. It's a cool building. It's got a beautiful view of the whole valley. Nobody is taking any pleasure in having to make these decisions.
So I don't think
and regardless of the size of the district, somebody's going to have to come up with address the real problem, which is we're simply not having as many kids as we used to. That's just a straight up, what Dave was trying to
Yeah, we don't disagree.
Just don't have as many kids.
But we're going to turn Morningside into a 50% or less filled school with DLI and hope that the French invasion comes and we can suddenly spill it with native speaking French.
We've talked about this.
I understand, but this is my point to him. This is a cyclical argument. The challenge you have, the reason you're losing trust, is what you're saying right here directly counters the idea of the DLI French program at Morningside, of which I'm not even a part, being able to grow in capacity. Why do you believe that? If you cannot attract to Eastwood, who you guys are, sorry, y'all, your gold STEM, is that what I'm supposed to say right now?
Yeah.
A gold STEM program who's highly rated, and you don't know how to get students to go there. How are you going to get them to go to a French program?
Because
why do we trust? Where is the belief?
Because I'm actually going off the feedback that we got from this last spring, which we need to try more things. And so we're going to try some additional things. We're going to try providing additional enhanced programs. We've looked at an arts program. We're not doing that. If you'd like to come up and speak, you've had plenty of opportunities to do so, and I'm happy to sit and talk to you after. Whoever's calling. Right, that's fine.
It's the teachers you
please
shut
come up
down.
here and I was talking to her, I apologize. So my point is this. We'll continue to take the feedback that we got this spring, which is Granite doesn't have enough options and opportunities, and we should be trying to attract more kids from out of district. I took that literally. I looked at PAC and I'm like, what do you got for us? Right? So that is where the basis of that recommendation came from. We're trying. We really are going to try. We have been trying, and we will continue to try.
I think we're asking.
Because I will say this one more time. I think we have the best schools in the state right here in this area, and I think our teachers can produce and provide the best results better than any charter school or private school in this area.
I mean, I'm Canyon Rim, but I hope the Immigration Canyon dollars don't leave, because that new school district will be doing great.
Hello, how's it going? Thank you guys all for staying. I know it's late. So there's a few things that I wanted to say. I'm a Morningside parent. I spoke to you at the ALC meeting at Morningside. And I think something that's kind of missing is like just the essence of what Morningside is today, right? We've got 3 different programs going really strong there. There's literally just one first grade and one second grade class that needs to be split. But other than that, our capacity is we're at 87%. And that's within the target range of what you guys are looking for, right?
The overall capacity is, but we're still concerned about having only one traditional class per grade.
But if you ask anyone that's at Morningside, we're happy. We like that. We like the diversity of what's there currently. But no one asks us what we think and how we feel about having the 3 different tracks going at the same school. And then to want to dismantle the system within a system that we've built there and dismantle it into 4 different elementary schools is so disruptive to those kids. We've got Rosecrest, Driggs, Morningside, and to be determined for ALC. That's a lot. So where's the consideration about the kids and their feelings in that decision? And is there a way to maybe do that better?
I know it doesn't feel like consideration, but we are, again, trying to consider the overall health of our schools. I know that the OI and ALC parents really like that, but sometimes in splitting up, we are helping the overall health of more schools in more areas.
Okay, so what you're saying is that actually there's no consideration for the kids at Morningside, it's the health of the other schools.
I am not.
So we'll just pause there because I know I'm on a timer. And then you talk about the French immersion program, right? And so with French, you can only join that program in, I believe it's like kindergarten through maybe second grade, right? And then the attrition rate from like 3rd to 5th grade is pretty high, right? So you're talking about getting rid of ALC at Morningside that has a wait list. So if we have any attrition going on from grades like 3 through 5, we can easily replace that kid because there's a very long existing wait list that we don't need to market for out of district. Correct? Okay. Anything to say about that, or are we just gonna like take it?
It's a lot longer conversation.
It is, because I feel like you guys haven't really considered it, and it's kind of amazing that you're coming with this study and these slides, and you didn't really consider a lot of the information that you're sharing with us. And then finally, I do have one more point to make. And I'm sure you guys are probably aware of this, and it might hurt a little bit that I say this, but are you aware that from like director level at our district up, that we are in the 99th percentile for pay, for salary, across the nation, and that the money that we give per student is amongst the lowest in the nation. And so we're here nitpicking about like, tit for tat over like 17 kids in a class, when it seems like we're fighting the wrong battle, right? It seems like we're looking at the wrong mattress for money. Like, why aren't our teachers paid for it? Why don't we have smaller classrooms? Why? And why are you guys, I know you guys work really hard, and I don't mean to take away from that, but like, New York City Department of Education gets paid less than you guys do, and they have a much bigger district.
I don't believe that's accurate. I'd be happy to review the data.
I can send that to you.
Can I respond?
Yeah, go for it.
Granite School District has the lowest administrative costs in the state almost. I think we're in the bottom 2 or 3. And our state as a whole is only second to Hawaii, which has just one big school district for the entire state. So I'm not sure where, I'd be happy to have that conversation with you. If you look at average salaries and administrative costs, just here in the state of Utah, a charter school an administrative company for a charter school charges $400 per student. I think our average right now, I don't know what the new total is with our current budget, is $87 or $92 a student. And I don't think any district outside of the state of Utah can beat that. So you're not wrong in terms of pupil expenditure, but our funding comes from the state legislature, and I don't really have a lot of control over that.
No, I understand that, but I feel like the way that it's like dismantled across the district, that money should be serving kids.
Absolutely.
Not ripping them apart because their classes are short.
Which is why I cut $850,000 from our district budget, and I cut 3 different positions because we're a shrinking enrollment district, and we need a smaller district
We do need a smaller district, and we need a fair,
district
equitable pay for
to serve
everybody.
to that side of the
Our
district.
teachers that work so hard, especially our teachers that work so hard.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much for your time. Bye.
Steve needed a break, so I'll step in here.
Well, I don't know if I did, but I had a day job too, so thanks for being here late. This is like an hour later than I usually like to stay awake. But I
I want to honor all the people on the line. I know that guy has been waiting a really long time, so.
I had a second grader who's in ALC at Morningside, and I had a kindergartner who I was hoping would also test in ALC. She's at Morningside too. If either of them does not test into the ALC, if it were to remain at Morningside, we would keep them in the traditional program. We love the school, we love the combination of the 3 tracks. When the boundary study was announced, I pretty naively thought, oh, that's like, doesn't really apply to Morningside because Morningside is like almost a magnet, right? It's a little bit different because it has these 3 main tracks. And so then when that became part of the recommendation was to move the ALC program and not close Morningside as a building, but close it as a boundary school and make this French DLI program. There were, gosh, I've had a hard time just deciding what I wanted to say because I have concerns about the ALC program moving and I have concerns about Morningside as a whole. I appreciated that after the parent ALC meeting that we had, that recommendation was paused or changed, and we wouldn't be moving to Woodstock because I didn't think it made sense. And I think the major reason it didn't make sense was because it seemed like there was a lack of data. The lack of data about the ALC program in general. I thought there was like a subcommittee for school-based programs, and I didn't think that there had been true research, true studies done on the ALC. I thought the scoring for the COGAT and how students were enrolled in ALC seemed really interesting, being the top 5th percentile locally, and not as a true like testing score threshold. And that kind of ties into me maybe the problem with your traditional 1st and 2nd grade classes at Morningside. Where are those boundary kids? We obviously have boundary kids who are in 3rd, 4th, and 5th grade who are in the traditional track. Where are the 1st and 2nd graders? And I've seen some numbers. I didn't find them on the district website. I saw them in one of their WhatsApp groups, so it may be a group of things. But it seemed like there were at least 60 kids who were going to Eastwood. They're boundary to Morningside, they're going to Eastwood, they're going to Driggs. And I thought maybe they didn't test into the ALC. Maybe they were in the top 15th percentile or the top 10th percentile and they didn't test into ALC. And they said, I'm going to go to that gold STEM program that's at Eastwood. Because that's, potentially I might consider something like that with my kids. Because I know they're at least high achievers, right? We think about those terms. And I thought, that's really the only issue that I can truly pick out in Morningside, and why it maybe was chosen as a school to close, and I'm almost finished, was this one small class that had to be split. And I thought, what can we do to change that? That's the one problem that there is.
I'd say, again, it's not one split class. It's every grade having only either split class or one traditional class.
Sure.
We want to get to at least 3 traditional classes.
If you have teachers for each class, and the classes are good sizes.
I know there's other schools with the same issue, but again, all those 2 slides I went over earlier, and the reason we want to get to that 500 is it gives us all of those.
I mean, in Morningside, what number was that again for the whole school?
Yeah, they're at 570.
So it's being utilized. Now, I understand every time that the numbers are put up, the ALC and the DLI students are not included in those numbers.
The utilization chart?
The utilization chart.
Because that's...
Because they're of lower standing in the
about
boundaries.
students, correct.
Yes, I understand, but I just don't think, I think it's comparing apples to oranges. That it just doesn't seem to fit Morningside too. So my request is to pause that recommendation because I don't think that Morningside fits in with that. So thank you so much.
Yeah, Keith Smith. Appreciate the time. I have 3 children that are in
have been through Morningside and are at Morningside currently. And as my wife has told me a little bit more about what's been happening, I feel like I need to state my opinion and my voice here. I appreciate your decision to expand the ALC program. How long do you feel that this research is going to take on the ALC program? Any idea?
I don't know. Again, I'll have to get back. I don't think the curriculum department has created parameters for that.
I felt after that meeting that we really needed to separate the two issues. So it's really, let's discuss ALC as a program and how we're best serving kids. And if we want more families to be able to participate in that, then we should be looking to expand that program. And that should be a separate issue from a boundary enclosure study process. So it's really just a matter of looking at the potential based on the feedback that we got. It may not occur, we may not see that demand, we'll have to do some survey work. I don't know what the parameters of that research will include at this point, because we really just made the decision last week to go, let's hit pause on that portion and separate it from this other issue of small school concerns.
Sure. Well, I know there's demand.
But I don't think we'll do any work on that, by the way, until January, and that might, we'll have some study sessions to kind of flesh that out a little bit more and decide where the board wants to go with that.
Sure. And I think another question with the French program as well, still need to do some research on that. So it appears as though the ALC and the French require some additional time. We need to think through this. We need to do our research. We need to do our homework. Let's not disrupt the kids at Morningside. Let's keep them there. It's working, it's functioning, it's fantastic. So my recommendation, keep Morningside open. You've got a facility that is going to be working anyway, so it's not really a total closure anyway. So let's use that facility at capacity. Let's use the programs that we still need to study, and let's wait until we actually have the data to support it, and then move forward.
Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Logan. So my first question is just something about your process, and it doesn't have to be, I don't want to the entire thing, just like a quick synopsis. What exactly is the point of the 3 months between the PAC's recommendation and the board vote? I'm just curious, why is it 3 months?
There's no absolute 3 months. Sometimes we've done that as early as June or July, starting with recommendations.
Okay, in this case then, why did you choose to wait 3 months?
Again, it was just where it landed. We thought we wanted to give a little more time over the summer. This year we used what we called a joint subcommittee with community council members and city council people. And that alone was probably one of the bigger factors of why we didn't do it in June or July versus waiting till September, because we met with that group when school got back in session in August.
But you gave the recommendation in September and the vote is in December. So what is the point of that time frame? That's what I'm referring to.
So, yeah, the recommendation, we want time for this. We need time for this, and the board does, from a recommendation until a final vote. So the recommendation is just that. It's, hey, what do we see so far? This is a recommendation.
So you want time for more,
we going through the options.
So keep that in mind. The day after the recommendation on Julie Jackson's stories, when she was asked what happens to Eastwood's gold STEM designation that they've been working on for years, she responded with, "That was not on my radar." She later said, and I quote, "I mean, we should definitely keep it and transfer it to Oak Ridge." And then later on, in reference to the gold STEM, said, "You guys are so awesome at that." So my first question, what have you found out about the gold STEM designation and its ability to be transferred to another school?
That came up last night. I don't have an answer for it, and I'll do my best to give an answer for it in the next couple of days.
Okay, but you have 3 weeks and there's still not an answer for it, and I feel like that's what this point is for, right?
You say 2 weeks, I heard about it last night, so I don't know about 2 weeks.
But Julie Jackson heard about it on September 3rd.
Okay, but I haven't talked to Julie about that since then, so.
I want to speak to this Julie Jackson issue, and I'd like to apologize. If you know Julie, what you see is what you get. And she just speaks sometimes without potentially knowing the answer. And frankly, she's taken a little bit of the responsibility to respond to some of these questions with her own opinions based on her previous experience. And I don't think she's intentionally trying to be deceitful, But frankly, some of these questions we leave for PAC to answer and respond to so that we can make sure the answer is consistent and appropriate with what we actually have the ability to do.
And I totally understand that. I get that.
With respect, I just want to make sure your question got answered with relation to the gold stem.
You don't have information is the answer, correct? You
can't
don't
answer
know.
that.
Yeah, you don't know.
That's
It's
a
simple
school
yes or no,
level.
You don't know.
We do know.
So you can transfer it to Oak Ridge?
No, we would have to go through the process of getting certified again, is
And
my
then-
understanding, through the STEM Action Center.
True, and so it cannot, just to be clear, it cannot just be transferred. You would have to start the process through Oak Ridge.
Yes, and I don't think that's a problem.
But they've been working on it again, and Julie Jackson.
We have 3 schools going through that certification process right now, and we've supported those
So why
schools.
aren't all of your schools gold STEM then? If it's just such an easy process, why can't they always be gold STEM schools?
You can't just come out and just call yourself a STEM school. You actually do have to go through a certification
So why
process.
hasn't Oak Ridge done, or why haven't other schools done that then? If it's that simple. Right, but you're making it sound like, oh, we'll just do the process, like as though it's very simple. But if it is that simple, then shouldn't every school be gold STEM?
No, not every community wants to pursue that. Some schools want to be arts-focused schools. Some schools want to focus on other aspects. Some schools want to focus on a whole school model. We have not forced schools to get STEM certified. We've tried to allow local school community councils to make that determination with their principal.
Okay. So my next question, do you find it problematic that the day after the recommendation, while simultaneously acknowledging that she did not have all the information, she also was quoted as saying, I am advocating for Eastwood's closure. Do you find that problematic?
That's not within our purview to say, with all due respect.
So do you support her in that statement though?
I didn't know she made that statement.
It was on her Instagram stories, so
I don't
it's
follow
very
her
public
Instagram,
statement.
I'm sorry. She's an elected official, and
But you can see how in the Eastwood community, when she doesn't have
which
the
is why I
information.
just apologized if there's misinformation or misunderstanding, and if there's a question that should have been referred to PAC, then I apologize on her behalf. I know she would want to apologize.
But when she's also saying that the board will likely go however she's voting, and she's saying she's advocating for closure, while also saying, oh, I didn't know that was the case.
I would encourage you, I did hear that comment, and I did approach other board members to make sure that there's not a single board member here who's they're going to vote the way that they feel they should vote. And I can't speak for Julie. I'm not going to pretend to try to justify a comment. I don't know why that comment was expressed in that way. Again, I apologize.
Okay, but
I can't speep for that.
And I can't speak for her. But
She is an independent elected official, and under state law, because we have gotten this question, why can't she recuse herself? The board does not have the authority to ask her to recuse herself.
But that's not what I'm asking. I'm asking.
Understood. I'm just trying I think you're bringing up a broader point.
My broader point is that she says she doesn't have information, but is at the same time advocating for our closure. And so if you don't find that problematic, that makes me very nervous. She should not be doing that, and she certainly shouldn't be telling the wider community.
If that is in fact what she
happening.
said, I would agree with that.
Okay, great. She did say that for the record. Also, I have to wonder, she just said in reference to it, you guys are so awesome about that. I have to wonder if Oak Ridge had that gold STEM designation, would that have been on the bullet point list of reasons to keep Oak Ridge open? Because I find it very odd that in response to this thing that we've worked very hard on, our teachers and our staff have worked very hard on, her response is, you guys are so awesome about that. As though it's not this incredible thing that Eastwood has going for it. It's a huge asset. And I just want to make it clear that Eastwood does have this designation, and it is a big deal, and it's not something that can be easily transferred next year. So I just wanted to be clear about that.
There are only 3 in the state. We're the only elementary schools in the state that have that certification.
And we have other schools working towards that certification. To be honest, we don't track that as a district. We know which schools have received that designation. We've recognized it. But again, we're not forcing schools to go through that process.
I would also further clarification on Jen's point earlier, that and forgive me if you actually did directly respond to this, but it was made very clear, Julie Jackson said very specifically that Eastwood is the only school that did not complain. I would like to know why you are closing that school then. Like if Eastwood is the one school, and maybe you did respond to this, but how does that make sense?
I can't speak to that. I don't know what the comment was.
The comment
I've heard this comment. It's just not appropriate for us to comment on what an elected official said.
Well, the problem that I'm having though is that tried to reach out to Julie, and she said, come find me at the meetings, and she skipped our community council meeting, and she's not here, which I understand she has a family emergency, but I need answers, we all need answers, and she's not here to answer them. And if you guys can't do it, then who is going to answer these questions for us? That's why I want to.
I appreciate that. I appreciate your frustration, and please know that I share some of that frustration.
Okay.
And I've expressed that to Julie.
Okay. So is there's nothing that can be responded to directly about how nobody at Eastwood wanted this study in the first place? There's no response to that.
I have no idea what she was referencing. I remember the comment being made in board meeting, but I don't fact check.
Well, it's not about the comment necessarily. It's about just that fact that nobody at Eastwood wanted this study. Our teachers weren't complaining. In fact, our teachers have said that this study is much more stressful than the big class sizes or the split class sizes.
Sure. And
so how is it helping the other schools to close the one school that doesn't want to help? So can you respond to that directly? Because it's not Julie Jackson's comment.
Sure. Give me the question again. I'm not sure I understood it.
How are the district or the other schools benefiting from the one school who is not complaining? That school that you choose to close. Like, how is that benefiting the schools then that were complaining?
Do you want to speak to that? I'm happy to.
How does the overall district benefit?
Like, you're closing, the only school you've chosen to close is the only school that wasn't complaining. I feel like we all deserve a response to that.
I would say that in most cases in the past, you're not going to see people parading on the streets and having signs up front like tonight saying, please close us. Of course not. Most communities don't want that. Most teachers aren't going to advocate for that. What Julie is saying, and I'm a little bit familiar, not everything, and I'm not speaking for Julie, but when I heard Julie talk about this issue, she did go to a lot, I don't know if all, of the schools in the area, and the feedback she got from staff, administrators, and teachers was, we need to do something. We need to do something. That's why she spoke the way she did in February at the board meeting, was she was so adamant. She wasn't adamant about wanting to close schools. She was adamant about, you have to do something up in my area. Why Eastwood, in this case, according to you guys, and I take your word for it, was left out of the conversation, I do not know. We'll have to talk to Julie on that part. That's
sent
all.
that comment to me.
Okay.
At the PTA meeting.
Okay.
So I can tell you
But again, everything according to Julie, I just have to refer you back to her. Okay.
Is she okay?
I'm sorry for these frustrating comments, and I know Julie would want to be here to respond to that, and it's frustrating for everybody here, right? So I can appreciate that.
Yeah. But again, I just want to make it clear that I'm not asking about Julie's perspective on it. I'm asking about the PAC's, like the district's perspective on the fact that Eastwood was the only school that said we don't want this study, and we're the school being closed. You see how that looks strange, right?
I see how it could look strange, and the optics, quite frankly, look terrible. But those two, frankly, aren't connected. They just aren't. I'm not going to believe me on some of that.
But what about the schools that ask for help that aren't getting help then? What about those schools?
What schools ask for help?
All of the schools ask for help, according to Julie, except for Eastwood. So not all of these schools are being impacted. I don't know if you go back to that map, but I think there's maybe 2 or 3 schools that have no changes happening. So how is this helping them? They wanted the help and they're not getting it.
People are getting help. Students, in our opinion, when you combine schools and resources, it is helping. It doesn't feel good to close a school, but we wouldn't do this if it didn't help. And we believe it does help to combine those resources.
But the schools that aren't being impacted, how are those schools being helped by this? That's what I don't understand. There are schools that are not being impacted by this closure.
In every study that we've done, we study an area, right? And we don't always
Within
touch
area
every.
5, there's not all the schools are being impacted.
Correct. So when we narrow the scope of the study, it's after we've had a chance to kind of analyze where the challenges are, look at the future projections from the independent demographer and go, okay, where can we really make a difference long term to create an overall healthy environment for our schools, right? So I would dare say I wasn't in PAC meetings, but I've been in those meetings in the past in a different role. And the goal was always how do we build sustainable long-term populations and boundaries that create healthy long-term population and boundaries for those kids in those schools so that we don't have to close schools down the road. So we don't go into an area and say we're going to adjust every little bit of boundary, right? We are open to every idea. The concept is he comes out and say we're going to consider everything, and they do. They went through, I'm assuming you guys pulled out all the maps and you looked at a closure of every single school in Area 5, because that's been our process and procedure. You probably made the subcommittee go through that process and that exercise as well. And then you take off the low-hanging fruit in terms of that doesn't make sense, that's not going to work, that doesn't help the situation, that doesn't achieve our long-term goals. And so some schools don't invariably get impacted in a study area, if that makes sense. And one of these studies just 2 or 3 years ago, we came back and said, we were studying this area, but really the challenge is right here, and we don't need to influence any other boundaries. We're just going to close this one school and shift the boundary over here, because we are trying to be the least impacted. I know it doesn't feel that way, but we're looking at the whole area and how can we be the least impacted and disruptive to the environment, and make the adjustments necessary to help the schools long term, because we are here for kids. We are here to make sure kids have the optimal opportunities and experiences. And we do believe that consolidation will actually help improve those outcomes for kids.
I think I'll just accept that. I don't think you're understanding my question, so I'll move past
We're just trying to get the most benefit. Again,
But how are those schools, but like, you know what,
Okay,
I think it's not gonna, we'll just agree to
Okay,
disagree on
all
this
right,
one, we
okay.
will not stick on that one. I just wanna say one thing. Earlier we were replying to somebody who was saying that she felt just that you were being dismissive. You responded with, I'm sorry that you feel it was dismissive. I just want to acknowledge, I'd like you to acknowledge, that's not an apology, and that's part of the problem here, is that you continually gaslight us and make us feel like what we're saying is being heard, is we know that we're not being heard. Instead of giving us an actual apology and saying, that was a misstep, I'm really sorry, you gaslight us. And this is why we don't trust you or this process. And I'm sorry that we've kept you here so late tonight. I appreciate you staying here and answering these questions, but I'm not really sure that I feel like any of our questions are truly being answered in a meaningful way.
Thanks again. My name is Brian. I'm a parent at Eastwood, and I'm just going to make a comment, just more for your consideration in making this next recommendation. Apologize for the hoarse voice here. So some members of the Eastwood community has done some proactive research with our Eastwood community and also with Canyon Rim Academy, and I feel like this information is important for making your next recommendation. Canyon Rim Academy, a top-performing charter school and one of the district's biggest competitors, is completing a brand new earthquake-resistant campus set to open next school year. Eastwood is not only closer to Canyon Rim than Oak Ridge, but up to 14% of Eastwood's current students live within just a half mile of Canyon Rim Academy. For the first time, Canyon Rim is beginning to pull significantly from its 2-mile enrollment tier, which completely overlaps with Eastwood's boundary. This means that any students displaced by an Eastwood closure are very likely to enroll there at Canyon Rim Academy. Based on our projections, this could double, this is a separate point, based on our projections, this could double annual enrollment decline at each of the adjacent schools within this second tier, including Rosecrest, Upland Terrace, and Eastwood, and half of Penn over the next few years. This raises 2 critical questions. Why this year? Why close Eastwood in the exact year Canyon Rim opens a brand new facility? Question 2, how many of Canyon Rim's new students will come directly from Eastwood families? To understand our community's perspective, we surveyed, a second point here, moving on from Canyon Rim, going to our community, that's still on the charter school point. To understand our community's perspective, we surveyed 45% of Eastwood families, nearly all in-boundary families, despite not being able to use school property or official channels to do so. The results were clear. When asked about transferring to Oak Ridge, the response was split, meaning negative. When asked about attending a charter school, the response was strongly supportive, with most families favoring that option. In other words, if Eastwood closes now, many families will leave the district altogether. 3 takeaways. 1, closing a school within Canyon Rim's 2-mile zone without addressing competition will accelerate district enrollment loss. 2, closing an older school the same year a competitor opens a modern facility is high risk. 3, please perform this level of due diligence by the December 2nd, or I guess the November 18th recommendation announcement, or take 1 more year to fully analyze these dynamics before finalizing this decision. The timing matters, and so do the voices of Eastwood families. Thank you.
my question is, let's take any closure recommendation off the list right now, like starting from a blank slate, okay? What is the likelihood of our FCI Eastwood building being rebuilt? And here's my question, the context of that. It is a prime location. We absolutely could attract people from Park City. I lived there for 10 years. I know the community very well. People are very unhappy for whole sorts of reasons, and there's a whole influx of people who are very highly educated and want the best for their kids, not just sports, but best. And we can offer that here. Eastwood is a very good draw, that location. As far as an ALC, my idea and my thinking has been, okay, if you're really trying to figure out where ALC could grow and expand and really flourish, that location is prime because it's very easy to get to. That program, we all come from somewhere else. We have to drive there, right? Prime location not only to bring in more Park City people, more people from the Salt Lake District, the ALC magnet program, and then you still have time if you rebuild that facility and make it purposeful for STEM designation, the high quality, the caliber, having something exciting with expanding that ALC program, having some new labs, a literacy lab, a writing lab. I mean, it could be amazing if you did that. And it would house all of those kids. It just feels like the problem would be solved. And then you have other, it doesn't make sense to me. Why would you choose, from the FCI standpoint, you said we know we have to rebuild Eastwood and Oak Ridge. Why would you send all of these kids to a school that needs so much TLC in the physical building? That doesn't make sense to me either. So I'm not trying to dismantle Morningside at all. I want us to stay where we are. We do need another year. I mean, let's be honest. We have operational and qualitative data right now. We don't have, and if you do, it hasn't been published. We don't have enough quantitative data to explain if this DLI expansion is even going to do what we were hoping, is attract more people. But I can guarantee you, if you had a really amazing building in a really amazing location with already amazing teachers and a STEM designation and an ALC program that is improving, there you go. That's your winner. That is your winner.
Thank you. This is a perfect segue. I am Stephanie Valentine, an Eastwood parent, and I moved to the Eastwood community for the school specifically. Is where I wanted to raise my children. Is where I wanted my children to walk to school. Anyways, that's beside the point. What I am hearing, and what you actually said, is programs don't hold the same weight as in boundary. And what I feel like, maybe we all feel like, is that Granite School District takes our best programs for granted.
Let me clarify just to make sure. They're not important. They absolutely are. I'm talking specifically in a boundary study when the consideration of closures are on the table. So
Yes.
that's the context of that.
Yes. But, as already been spoken, what does draw students in is a modern facility. And if you look at all the trends and you look at everything that has happened, even with Wasatch, which was going to close, once we got a new building, it's now at capacity and it's outperforming Churchill. And this building that we're standing in Skyline, so we want to talk numbers, right? You guys do an excellent job on your financials, like such a good job. I met with Todd Haber, and you guys have awards for the excellence in your financials. They're amazing. I don't have enough time to go over all of it. Unfortunately, it's 184 pages. Okay, but what I do know is that to rebuild Skyline, it's about $192 million, of which you've already spent $148 million. This was as of June 2024. Cypress was $189 million, 144 million spent. And when you are looking at rebuilding our facilities, we know that the 2017 bond money was already spent, and we don't have the funds to rebuild our facilities, which Eastwood was the lowest FCI score, and at the time of the bond, we were promised that it would be the worst to be rebuilt first. We were patient in waiting for our funds to be used to rebuild the other schools, and we have been patient, and we have consistently delivered results with our limited resources. So with that, imagine what we could do with the resources. And you know, the amount of time that goes into preparing the financials and to putting the data into this, and the amount of time that every person in this room has spent doing their due diligence and looking into the data and pulling out all of these things that we can't even convey to you in such a short amount of time, we urge you to put in the same due diligence in this PAC study, to at least give us more data, to fulfill our grammar requests, to provide us with the details, so that you can make better decisions for our area. And the other thing, sorry, one more, just real quick. This whole PAC study was pushed forward because of a comment that our area needed it, and that our schools were pushing for it, and that we unanimously wanted this PAC study. And I don't think that this shows that that was unanimous.
Let me go, because I hear this a lot. Logan was talking about where the only school that didn't want it, and it's happened because schools asked for it. It's a bit of a misunderstanding. It has been planned to review the entire district since about 2019. And the reason, remember, we call this Area 5, the district was split into 5 areas in 2019. And we tried the best one area at a time. So it's not the case that we only studied this area because it was asked for. It was always the plan. In fact, it was going to be, according to our plan, 2 or 3 years ago, but we saw some higher needs in some other areas of the district. So then when we got to board meeting this year, there was discussion about pausing a year, then coming up here and doing it. And that's when the Julie conversation came in about, I've talked to so many people, we need to do it now instead of late. So it's been planned since 2019.
Yeah.
So I just want to be clear.
Yeah, I understand. So why would you invest almost $200 million in a school that's not finished and proceed with cutting 2 of the 4 feeder schools that go into it before it's even finished?
Long term, I think that we're talking about a little bit of apples and oranges, because we're not talking about eliminating students that we hope come to Skyline at some point in time. We're just talking about how we serve those kids, and we feel like we can serve them better in a consolidated circumstance. So that's the basis of the study, is that we feel like we can do a better job serving your kids, providing more opportunities in that respect by consolidating those locations. And I want to go back to your question about the bond, because there is money. The bond was a kickstart to a 40-year strategic plan. And the goal was, I went around in 2016, and we put out 3 different proposals. We could bond every few years and work through our list, right? We could bond once and retain the funding, continue to raise taxes as we pay that debt off, retain that funding, shift it over to capital long term, and then we had we could just do a straight up tax increase. And we did some survey work. Y2 Analytics came in and they said everybody wants this option, which was a kickstart bond and then go through and retain the funding. So we've done that. Our board has gone through the process of truth in taxation to pull money that we were pulling for capital, but as those debts get paid for, shifting that revenue over to our capital plan. So our capital budget continues to grow each year so that we can sustain the long-term plan. So yes, we will continue to go through that list. Eastwood and Oak Ridge are on that phase 1 list. They're still published on the list, and it's still available on gsdfuture.org, the whole list and our updated version of that time frame. What happened is between 2017, when we came up with that plan and strategy and a very conservative 10 to 15% growth in capital costs, then COVID happened. And that very conservative estimate blew up to over 60% increases in just an 18-month period. So a $90 million project in 2017 for budgeted now costs what, $192 million? Because construction costs escalated so significantly. So it did delay these projects. I would love, our friend just left, and she has an outstanding solution. I would love for us to have been able to be looking at this conversation in a consolidated brand new school location, because I think that would ease a lot of the challenges, and we could find the best location for that school. We could be looking at ways to attract that. We have to follow our budgeted revenue we're following that capital strategy plan. It's been delayed a little bit further by virtue of the fact that construction costs have increased and escalated far beyond typical historical averages.
Yeah, absolutely. But that FCI score was used against our school.
I don't think so, because I don't want to speak for PAC, but I'm looking at a number of FCI schools, and really anything over 20 is too old in my mind, because you're now looking at roughly 80 to 90% of the building needs to be updated, and even a remodel is insufficient. Yeah. So if you're 20, like Morningside is on that rank, your condition is actually not that far off from Eastwood or Oak Ridge, because they're all in that 80+% range, if that makes sense. So what I'm saying is they all need to be replaced. I don't think we're looking at one and going, one facility is super better than the other. In this particular case, I do know that the ADA issue, because to put in an elevator and update that facility at Eastwood is a significant cost. It's several $1 million, right? And so if you're having to consolidate to one location or another, I'll let Steve speak to that, but I think when we're looking, we want to improve all those buildings. We want them all to be rebuilt or remodeled.
Yeah, we agree with that completely. But what about the cost? So we're talking about cost and cost to keep a facility open versus, you know, if we're consolidating with Oak Ridge, what happens to the programs? Is there sufficient room for us to have the STEM? Is there sufficient room for art? Is there sufficient room for all of the other facilities, the library, and these types of things if we're at capacity there? And then what happens when we have to relocate the children again?
Understood. And these are all great questions. There is capacity. The strategy in all of these is to make sure that we maintain capacity, that we have additional capacity long term. So we're not putting any building at 100% capacity. We're trying to keep them at the 80 to 90% range, and most of them are not even close to that. That being said, you're absolutely right, and when we looked at that potential option, I know that the conversation was, because I heard when I got the formal recommendation, it wasn't just STEM, but let's make it STEAM and add in that arts component, right? Let's enhance the program. Let's make it even better.
That's what we do.
Okay.
Yeah, we are already doing it.
Okay.
I want you to finish. I think did it go,
I just kind of wanted to finish with your #1 initiative is graduate of Granite. And you're focusing on numeracy and literacy. Eastwood is #1 in your district, was #1 in your district for numeracy, literacy, and have the gold STEM designation with the limited resources that we have. And, you know, through this whole process, these schools are excelling. And we did not draw the boundary. We did not determine the boundary, but you guys did make the suggestion in the pack. And you drew that boundary north to south, separating Wasatch Drive east and west. You separated our east and west communities. And furthermore, Eastwood is a nice connecting point, as has been discussed, for drawing students from out of district. If that truly is your initiative and your goal, it does not make sense to not rebuild a brand new school of modern facilities in an existing school that already has the designations and the performance that you state in your initiative. And as an Eastwood parent, and as a parent who has a choice to go to private school or charter school or wherever, it's really hard to want to stay in Granite. And it's really hard to have trust that you actually want what's best for our kids and for the public education system in general.
We believe we can take two schools that are succeeding, in fact, in a lot of ways, despite the resources we think you deserve, combine those resources and make them both even better than they are now.
How?
Go back to the slides and combine resources of more teachers, brings more money, brings more of these positions, brings more of the positions. And it's different because it's got DOI, right? I discussed that earlier. It's a different, it has higher numbers, but it's got DOI, so it's a totally different situation. So I want to, it's past 10, we got high school students back there keeping us the lights on and other folks staying late for us.
Thank you for staying late. And you know, it's hard to not to get emotional, but it does seem not in alignment with what you're doing. And I do understand that we look like the entitled rich kids on the hill. I mean, I came from a different district and I came from not a very good area. So I understand that stigma. I used to have it. And being on this side and not having a good option and considering using the charters when I don't need it, and considering going to a private school is disheartening. So the only option that really is appealing to me is splitting the district so that we can have representation, better representation for our children and for our community and for these things, these programs in place that have been in place for decades, in which all of these people, you know, our teachers, our educators, our principals, our staff, I mean, even you guys, put so much dedication into for decades.
Yes, I agree.
These are legacy programs. Closing them is irreplaceable. Unless you have a plan. So I urge you to take a little more time to be proactive.
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. You're well spoken. I appreciate it.
I appreciate everything. And honestly, when I speak from the perspective of valuing public school, of valuing the children, of valuing mental health and seeing what has happened. I mean, I teach yoga every single week. I'm here instead of teaching my yoga class and providing a sound healing experience because this means so much to me. But what I'm seeing in the community and in the world is that we need to support our children. We need the face-to-face connection. We need neighborhood schools. We need them to walk, to play, to fight safely. We need our
Thank you.
That's it.
Thank you. One more. I think there's a, Taylor, you been in line the whole time? Oh my gosh. Okay, well, I thought we were doing like the Mr. Irrelevant, last person drafted award. Congratulations. We'll continue the last and last.
I'll be short too. My name's Chris, and I am not here to represent a specific school. I am very deeply rooted in Granite School District, and I want to try to see this from your side. And I want you to know that I like you guys.
Thank you. I like you.
And I really want to work with you guys. So I have a yes or no question, and I'd like Ben to answer it if you don't mind. based on what we've seen tonight and based on the protesting outside, do you agree that the trust between leadership of Granite School District and this community is broken?
Yes.
Good.
And it deeply concerns me.
I'm glad that we can agree on that. Now, here's my question. Why is the trust broken?
I don't know. I'd like to talk about that with our board a little bit further. There's clearly some consternation over some board member comments, and that has clearly been a disruption to our normal process and procedure. So that causes me pause and concern, and I've actually heard that from several other board members as well. And again, I don't think there was any ill intent, but it's obviously caused this. Your trust is the most important thing to me. We can't do the work that we do without the trust of our parents. And so when I hear that conversation, that's certainly a conversation I'm going to be having with our Board of Education.
Perfect. I'm glad to hear that. So, and I'm glad to hear you mention that specifically. Part of the reason that brought me here tonight is what you just said. Your first comment when I asked you, why is the trust gone, was, I don't know.
Well, I didn't want to throw anybody under the bus or say that our process, I mean, I'd like to evaluate a little bit further. I have some ideas, but...
Great, we've been hearing them all night long.
Sure.
There's been, and I think it's been very eloquently stated, better than I can do. So I'm not going to repeat them, but...
I would agree. I think that many people have indicated why that trust has been broken.
Okay, so maybe we can start to focus on how to rebuild it. And just for starters, the very, very least that you could do is delay the vote.
So, we're going to make that choice. Am I going to have that conversation with our board? And are we going to evaluate the information and the data from these meetings? Are we going to have one more meeting in Eastwood and any additional meetings as appropriate? Yes. And then will we have that conversation to see what needs to happen? I can't make that commitment. I can't tell you how board members are going to vote on that. I work for them. They don't work for me. So, are we going to have that conversation? Yes.
Good. So, I just want to point out, if we are to work together, we first have to rebuild that trust. And I can't see us trusting you if this thing just goes through without us being heard. And to my point, I don't believe you guys have been hearing this. I appreciate you being here. I really do. I know you're hearing this late and you've been to multiple meetings as we have, but you're not actually listening. We've been offering all kinds of creative solutions. I've heard you say that you're open to creative solutions so many times, and yet we still don't have any of the solutions that we've been presenting.
So the process is not built such. We're here for feedback, and PAC will come back and evaluate the information from this meeting, right? We're going to hold our other additional meetings and then make any adjustments to the recommendation. There will be adjustments to the recommendation. We always make adjustments to the recommendation based on the feedback that we receive. So the challenge that we're faced with is, can I say that no schools will be closed? Because then I'm just dealing with a different community with different concerns. So yes, we are listening. We have people over here taking notes. I review every bit of that data. I know some of our board members have pulled me aside or texted me and asked me different questions. I really like that suggestion. Have we done this? Have we done that? And we're already taking notes on future actions that we're going to take as a result of just the meeting tonight, notwithstanding the information that we received last night.
Yeah.
So agreement and listening are two different things. Would you agree with that?
Absolutely.
And so there have been some assumptions made about some of this data set, and I'm very curious. I want to know what people have not received what data, and if we can provide it, we will absolutely provide it. That's a curious statement to me, because we've been trying to put everything we can that's been requested of us thus far and that was shared with the subcommittee on the website so everybody can evaluate the same information. And if we haven't done that, if something has fallen by the wayside, then we'll remedy that as soon as possible. I think providing information, open communication are keys to building trust. So we'll hold as many meetings as necessary. With due respect, you can't say we weren't listening when we listened at that ALC meeting and decided that there were some legitimate concerns with shifting the program to Woodstock and that we needed to evaluate that further. Fair enough?
So, with due respect,
sure.
You've been to so many of these meetings, and maybe some of the ideas have gotten through, but you're still pushing through with the vote with closing the school preemptively. And I think all of us have pointed out that the decision was made long before any of the PAC studies started. Now you may disagree with that. We can agree to disagree on that. But there's proof, like there's evidence. We've been watching it happen. Try to see it from our point of view.
I do see it from your perspective, which is why I can see why there might be some challenges or difficulties with trust. Do I have confidence in the PAC process? Has that been disrupted by outside influences or comments made on social media? Clearly, right? And that has caused a massive chasm of distrust that is very concerning to me, because we need to have complete fidelity and trust that this process is independent.
Okay. If it's clear that we need to rebuild the trust, then we need to see some action, not just meetings.
It's not that you're not hearing us, it's that we don't feel heard. We can keep saying the same thing over and over, and if we're not getting, it doesn't seem like it's getting through. That's why you keep hearing parent after parent say the exact same thing. It's because it doesn't feel like it's making any sort of...
And maybe that's always a challenge, because we clearly have some data sources that provide different types of information. I'll just throw up the Morningside example, right? We have a process in education where we PLC with our staff, right? We have professional learning communities, and those don't function very well in a small school. That's not really something that we could hear a comment about an issue or that, and say, well, that doesn't really jive with best practice or educational standards or how we know we can get the best outcomes for kids, right? But it's really hard to be able to respond when we really are trying to listen and make sure that we're trying to be succinct in our responses. There's some things that might be better offline conversations, and again, that's why we've opened up completely the month of October, to make sure that we can come back and follow up on the remainder of those questions and concerns. And I'm serious, if there's a data source that's been requested that hasn't been provided that we can provide, we would be happy to do that. We have no concerns with that. Taylor? Sorry. I'm sorry, that is a challenge in any of these situations, but the fact that I'm acknowledging that that's a thing, I totally want to acknowledge that that's a thing, okay? Because don't think that Steve probably doesn't, I'm going to speak for Steve here, when he's trying to answer a question and help somebody see the perspective from the way that we receive our funding, or the challenges that we face, or the other pressures that we face from other entities that control our funding, it's hard for him to probably not feel like he's not being heard either. So it's a challenge, right? So that's why we keep talking. That's why we keep having these conversations. And our friend here isn't wrong. That's why we took swift action after that meeting, because some valid points were brought up, and we wanted to make sure that we were building trust by restoring and following through on a commitment to make sure we were studying the issue a little bit further, because it warranted it. Good evening, Taylor.
Thank you.
I want you to know, Taylor, I like you too.
Yes. I have to give these guys credit. They've met with me a bunch and they've heard me talk, and I consider you all friends, and I tell my wife that I genuinely do. So, you know, I'm the district split guy, and that I tell everybody that doesn't come from animosity. The reason I got up is honestly to hear me out, to defend Julie a little bit. It's interesting, I've talked to a lot of board members at a lot of districts, even out of state. The average district size in the US is about 3,800. Granite has 56,000. So when I explain to a district member that our board member covers 16 schools,
they go, holy crap, how do you represent 16 schools? If Julie were to go to, a lot of board members like in Murray, they go to every PTA, every community council meeting. That's only 4 meetings, they represent 2 schools. That's easy. Julie, that's 32 meetings a month. That's a monster. And so it's interesting to me, Todd Zanger, Dan Lofgren, both advocates for the split. They just said it's too hard to represent an area this large. In this case, Julie covers this entire area. So normally, if you cover 2 schools, you'd be fighting for Eastwood and Oak Ridge with the other board members. Well, in this case, she's got to cover all 10 of them. And so I just want to say, I'm kind of speaking to all of you. I don't have any beef with these guys. I think they're doing their best. But let's really explore the split, guys. I look at all the amazing creative ideas from all you guys. I hope you all run for the board for the new school district, and we come up with creative solutions. It doesn't mean schools don't close. It doesn't mean, but it means that I know people at all these schools, and I want them all to thrive. No offense to anybody else, but I've never been to 80% of the schools in the district. I've never even seen them with my eyeballs. And when I go to soccer games in West Valley, they say, I've never seen your schools with my eyeballs. And that's not a problem. Let's divide, let's figure it out, and let's make great school districts. In Salt Lake School District, each board member represents 5 schools. In Murray, they represent 2. So imagine a world where your board member represents 2 schools. I think they would come to these meetings so knowledgeable of your area that when we have to make hard decisions, we have to collaborate. It's going to be amazing. So let's do it. So love you guys.
Thank you. I want to first of all start out by, this is a big, painful moment. I think what we've heard from everybody, we live in a district that, as everybody here has rightly pointed out.
Thank you for coming and hanging out so long. Have a nice evening.
District that has some of the best public schools in the country. I mean, we just do. And it's painful, I hear everybody, but I think something else needs to be said here as we do this, is an acknowledgement that you guys are dealing with some very real issues. And this is a two-way street. It's also incumbent upon us as a community not to be engaging in magical thinking. A district split is a horrible idea. It takes a bad situation and makes it worse. And it's one, I also have my children here at Skyline, my children here at Skyline, and I don't want to be part of such a thing. I want to talk to people, engage with them, but the idea that this reduces administrative costs is just ridiculous. It's not true. We've seen what happens at Alpine School District when people made these claims. They ended up being a disaster. What we need to focus on is, yes, we have a vibrant culture here in our community. And every time one of these schools closes, we lose something special. That's absolutely true. But we as a community also need to start engaging in magical thinking when we start realizing that, you know what, guys? When it costs $700,000 to buy a house, not a lot of young families can come here and afford to live here. It's called reality and it's called numbers. So if we're interested in our schools and saving them, yes, let's do it, but we need to engage on multiple levels. We need to be engaging with our state legislature and ask them to stop destroying our schools. We need to be approaching our local municipalities and asking, what are we doing to make affordable housing in our community? You want our kids to be able to live here? Well, you got to be able to afford a house. You can't do it when the house costs $800,000. And this district split idea is ridiculous. I want to thank you personally for every time I've reached out to you. You may sometimes have a different point of view. I've never had you hide information from me. You've sat down, you've engaged with me, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
For those of you who hung on to the bitter end, my personal thanks and gratitude for spending the evening with us. I felt like it was time well spent, and I just want to acknowledge that we'll go back and we'll continue to evaluate the information we've been given and formulate and adjust our recommendations appropriately. So thank you again for